El Shaddai, Lehenu, Wale, Abotenu, Abiaba, Mabiyis, Kabba, Biyako, Atak, Kwados, Shemeka, Kwados, Baruch, Shemeka, Nolam, Wae, with Shamru, Bene, Israel, El Shabbat, La, So, El Shabbat, Le, Doro, Tam, Medi, Ola, Beni, Bene, Israel, Otilola, Kisha, Shekam, Masat, El Shaddai, Wa, Shemaim, Where to Ades, Bayom, Mashbi, Shabbat, Wa, Nafash, Baruch, Shemeka, Baruch, Yemeneka, Baruch, Tolateka, Baruch, Shateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok Lolam Wahe, Baruch Shem Kabol Makuto Lolam Wahe, Baruch Kabol Lohim Min Komo Malek Elion, Aluhu Lolam Wahe. First of all, I'd like to give our honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, righteous, just, a God who forgiveth iniquity, full of mercy and compassion, a just God, and giving due respect. You may be seated. And giving due respect to my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, on the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, God.
We can't justify our wrongdoing. We cannot justify the things that we are coming up short in with God by coming up with excuses. Okay? We need to stop justifying our wrongdoings and acknowledge your fault with God. Acknowledge that I was wrong. And acknowledge that I need to make changes with my life to be better with God. Because guess what? That's the only thing that counts. I got to acknowledge my fault to be better before God and my parents. And in order to do these things, I have to be able to recognize my faults. I have to be able to accept chastisement and rebuke when God has allowed someone to rebuke you, because we don't want God to rebuke you. Because when God rebukes you, he breaks you up. Sometimes you don't live past the rebuke. Sometimes you die during the rebuke of God. But we want to take this way of life for a joke. We want to play with these laws and then come up with excuses of why and the reason. But God don't care about the reason why you did it. God don't care about why you did it. You did it. You did it. Now you got to answer for it. Now you got to answer for what you did. But people got the erroneous idea that we're not going to answer for our faults, for the things that we did against the laws and the commandments of God. Everything we do in life, we must answer for it. Everything we do in life, we must answer for it. So basically, we got to change our frame of thinking, because if you could sin if you could sin and violate the laws of God by what you think about, if you could sin and violate the laws of God by your ways, and you can sin and violate the laws of God by the things that I do with my hands. Okay? So we got to change our ways. We got to change the way we think. And we got to change the things. We got to correct our doings. We got to correct our doings and make sure that these three things correlate with what God said. Make sure that these three things correlate correlates with what God says, with what the Creator says. Because you know what? If we don't, then that is iniquity imputed upon yourself. And iniquity blemishes your spirit. I said when we violate the commandments of God, we blemish our spirit, which causes us to have an opening in our spirit, which allows evil and atrocious thoughts against God to come to your mind. Because before I violate the law, it comes here. Before I do anything against God, it comes to your mind. But sin does that. And the only one that can realize and see that is God. I cannot see sin. And you can't see iniquity. We can't see these things. But God sees it. And these are things that weighs down on our spirit and put a distance between you and God. It corrupts you. It makes you more susceptible to corruption. It makes you more susceptible to things that God hates and despises. Yeah. Then you start making excuses to justify oneself. We ain't got no determination. The determination of God is going out the window. Why? The determination of God is going out the window because we look over. We look over too many things, thinking to ourselves that it's a white lie. It ain't bad. You don't have to put corners on. Just put your fringes on. You ain't got to wear no fringes. Well, it's okay. We look at these things very lightly. It is a commandment to congregate on God's day. It's a commandment to have a holy gathering on God's day. Right. It's a commandment. So we can't push people away from serving God. Mm-hmm. And when we see or detect certain things going amongst the ranks, we got to correct that. Right. With just judgment. I said with just judgment. Yeah. Which means we got to correct these things with just judgment, man. According to the judgment of God. Not my judgment and not what I perceive and not what I think. That's why a judge can't be partial. He said, appoint officers that hate unjust gain, which means you can't be bought. Appoint officers that are truthful, which means he's not going to judge in your favor. He's going to, the only favor he's going to judge is in the favor of God, righteousness. These people that don't move accordingly cannot be officers. These people that don't move accordingly cannot be leaders. So now we got to ask ourselves, how many leaders do we have that judge in the fear of God, that handle situations in the fear of God, that handle situations in righteousness? Because not because you my brother means you got to get off. Not because you my sister means you got to get off. Not because you my son or my daughter, you're going to get off. God forbid, God strike me dead. Sorry, son, you violated. This is the choice. This is the punishment, and this is what you're going to get. This is what you're going to get. Can't get a pass. Because you don't get a pass. What's good for the goose is good for the gatherer. Nobody gets a pass when you are in violation of the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God. You cannot lead nobody. Let's go into the law. Let's go into Deuteronomy chapter 23. You got it? Let's read it.
Deuteronomy chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his private member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation.
Okay, he that is wounded in the stones, or had his private member cut off, cannot what?
Shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Okay. Your private member is the man's sexual organs, right? Shavka. And then you have his testicles, which is his stones. So once you are wounded in your stones, crushed, or you only have one, he said he cannot do what?
Shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Shall not enter into the congregation of God. I have heard Israelites in certain camps call their camp the congregation of the Lord. But I'm against that. You know why? Because amongst these people who we call the congregation of God, that means that God has accepted this congregation. But a God that we serve don't accept wickedness. Right. If you are wicked and evil, God will not accept you. So we are amongst liars, thieves, scammers, people that bear burdens on Shabbat day, people that profane the Shabbat day, but we call this the congregation of the Lord. Okay. Stop telling the people lies. In order to be the congregation of God, in order for this to be the congregation of God, we got to be doing the things to be lawful and right. Right. We got to be doing, we can't be sinning presumptuously. So where is the congregation of the Lord? They are resting in their graves. Right. Waiting. They're resting in their graves. Those are the guys that I look up to. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moshe, Aharon. Right. Those guys that put God first in their life and not themselves. Okay? Those guys that put God first and not themselves. Why do you think Abraham was able and he was ready to go kill Isaac? Because he wanted to show God and prove to God that my love for you, oh God, is greater than the love I have for my son. And if it means taking my son's life to prove to you that I would never put my son above you, above thou, above the Creator, and that's what it takes, Abraham was going to do it. But it was a test. And God realized how God tests us and try us. God tests us and try us according to the things that we uphold and love so much. He's going to try us with certain things. What God tests you by, he don't take it in. Our tests and trials is different. It varies. Why do you think God uses this? Every man and woman love their children. And I don't know too many people that would have done what Abraham would have done. That's right. What? That's my son. I can't. What? You think God care about that? We got to learn to stop putting our children above God and his laws. We got to learn to stop putting people, your wives, your husbands, your brothers, your sisters, family, relatives. Don't put nobody above God. Right. Don't put nobody above God and his laws. Okay? So now, he said, one that is wounded in the stones or had his private member cut off shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Right? In Isaiah 56, it says, thus saith the Lord, keep ye judgment, because judgment is what instills fear in the people. That's right. If we don't have judgment, then Israel will not hear in fear and do no more such wickedness. But because there's no penalties for people's shortcomings or for people's violations, when they violate the commandment of God, they continue to do and move in that same order. And they look at you and tell you, you better not put your hands on me. Yeah. You better not do this. You better not do this. But these are people that you need to separate yourself from. Right. Okay? Because ain't no way you're going to blouse somebody's eye and you can't sit down and let your eye get bloused. Huh? That's what God said, right? Eye for eye, right? Tooth for tooth, right? So now you will learn to keep your hands to yourself. And guess what? That violation, that commandment, oh my Lord, it lingers and it stays over your head until you allow this. What you said, brother? Make it right. Until you make it right. Oh, I'm getting better. I'm pulling up. Well, sit your butt down and let me do this back to you. Make it right. You know what? Let's correct ourselves before God. Oh, I'm getting right. I'm wearing my garment. I'm wearing my frontlet. Okay, let's rewind the tapes. Okay, you getting right? Let's rewind the tapes now. What did I do in my past that I need to correct with myself? To rectify before the eyes of God, to show God I'm for you. Oh, I'm getting better. Well, I remember back in the days that I punched this brother in his face. And I was in my pride when I did it. So now, you know what? It's time for me to go to this brother. Excuse me, brother. I'm rectifying myself before God, and I want to become better with God. So you know what? I punched you in your face. And I was wrong for that. I'm going to sit down in that chair. And I want you to punch me back in my face. If you don't do that, then that iniquity lies over your head. Huh? You think it dissipated? What do you say? Dissipated? You think it just vanished? I gotta correct these things, man. You gotta correct. So show me how truthful you is. Let me see how truthful you is for your God. Sit down there and let that man punch you back in your face. Huh? Until then, I said that iniquity rest upon your spirit until you rectify the situation. You telling me, man? Come on, man, correct yourself before God, man. Let's do the proper correction before our God so that we can be accepted by our God. He said, do justice. Do justice means what? Be just in all your actions, in all your ways. If we are not just in all our ways, then certain things you won't do. I said certain things you won't do. I won't sit in the corner with you and talk about this brother. I won't sit in the corner with that sister and talk about the other sister. Because guess what? When we do these things, we run people away. You think that brother or that sister feels safe and feel in a calm state sitting amongst people that's being talked about? No, man. We all come to serve God. So when new people come to your place, it's only right to welcome them with open arms. Welcome them with open arms. And don't make them feel like the outcasts. Don't make them feel strange, like the stranger. Don't make them feel opposite or not a part. Don't make them feel that way. Because when we do these things, those are not godly traits. Those are not righteous traits. But one camp that ain't going to go down is in here. It's not happening here. It's not happening here. I've heard about it going down in other camps. Yeah, I said other camps. I'm not going to mention no names, but I know it's going down in these camps.
Yeah.
And that's why people run. Oh, I don't go there no more. Next thing, the brother or the sister say, well, this happened, and there's a bunch of unjust things going on.
That's exactly.
Before I steal, I got to realize that I have to replace that. Whatever I break, I got to realize and think about God first, that I have to replace these things. Because if I realized it and I put God first, it would have never came to my mind to break it or to steal. God is not in all their thoughts.
No.
I said, God is not in all their thoughts. But people know what tree to climb. I said, Israelite men know what tree to climb. We take advantage of the weak. I said, we take advantage of the weak. We take advantage of people, and then we want to come up on the pulpit talking about thus saith the Lord. Get off the beamer. Get out of here, man. Until you correct your ways with God. And then after you correct your ways with God, then you will be able to show. Then you will be able to show righteousness amongst your people. It said, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Blessed is the man that doeth this. And the son of man that lay a hold on it, that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it. It also means that keepeth the Sabbath from making it common. You know what common means? The things that I do on the 6 working days, I don't do today. Okay? Huh? What? The things that I do on the 6 days, I don't do today. That's plain and simple. That's what makes it different. And most of the time, I don't have to go into the Hebrew to explain, because Shabbaton means general strike. General strike means nothing is happening. Everything is shut down. Cease from work. Now, it never was specified what type of work. Stop all work. Everything that's considered work. What are you, a maintenance man? What are you, maintenance? On your maintenance job, I have to sweep and mop and fix things. So I don't sweep, mop, and fix nothing on Shabbat. Oh, my brother is a dirt, but I don't care about dirt. God only speaks about clean and unclean. If you touch dirt, that don't make you clean. If you touch dirt, it don't make you unclean. Actually, the dust that was around the altar was considered holy and was used for the jealousy law, that bitter water. So God is not talking about dirt. You know what God's talking about? Clean and the unclean. These are laws that Israelites look over. And they go on in their life being unclean. Okay? He said, blessed is the man that doeth this, and the son of man that layeth hold on it, that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it. Okay? That keepeth his hand from doing any evil. But in order for us to recognize that, I have to be on point with myself. I have to be on point with myself, making sure that I don't violate you with my words. Because I can say certain things to violate a person with my words. Okay? That's why in Proverbs 15 it says, a soft answer turneth away wrath. But we got to realize those are for the people back then. Because when you answer a person softly, they get more riled up. And it stirs their anger up. But that only happened to the ungodly man. You will only get that reaction from an ungodly man. He said, but grievous words stir up strife, stir up anger. The word in the Hebrew for grievous words, it means hurtful words. So you can say hurtful things to people that will stir that person up. But then you look at the person and say, why you're angry? Because of what you just said. Because of what you just said out your mouth. That's why I'm angry. Oh, yeah, you shouldn't be angry. You got to control your spirit. No, you got to control your mouth. And the things that come out of there that is offensive. You got to control your mouth and the things that come out of your mouth that is offensive to man and woman. We don't say offensive things to each other. Huh? I said we don't say offensive things to each other. We don't do offensive things to each other. We got a problem, man. And the people is not hearkening. Therefore, the souls of men are destined for the pit. You have one destiny. That's why God has hardened your heart from hearkening to the things to save yourself. I said, that's why God has hardened your heart from saving yourself, from hearkening to the things that will save you. Where do you think God hardened Pharaoh's heart? Huh? Sometimes we go too far. Sometimes we go too far in wickedness that God won't allow you to hearken or to hear certain things that will correct myself. So because you went so far, God has hedged up the way. God has built a fence between you and God so that you cannot find your way back. So that you cannot find your way back to God. We think it's a game. He said, neither let the son of the stranger. I said, neither let the son of the stranger. I'm in Isaiah 56, verse 3. When I'm finished, when I get to my point here, then I'm going to go back to Deuteronomy 23. All right? He said, neither let the son of the stranger that had joined himself to the Lord speak, saying, the Lord had utterly separated me from these people. You know what that means? I said, do we truly understand and know what this means? This means there's a treatment that comes with serving God, man. There's a treatment that comes with serving God. Huh? Because when people come to your place, I have to treat them and make them feel welcomed. I have to treat them and make them feel accepted. I have to treat them to where they feel comfortable sitting here. To where, okay, God said that, man. Which means what? We know, he said, do not allow the stranger. Okay? And the word for stranger is not a gear. You know what the word for stranger is? It says nakli or nick, okay? It says ha-nekad, huh? It means foreigner, an alien, okay? Foreigner or an alien, which means when these people come around you, when a stranger comes around you, I have to treat them with a certain type of treatment to where they feel welcomed and accepted. certain things ought not to be talked about when you have strangers and aliens around you. Because me and your conversation that we're talking about, we got to realize and think who's around. Because maybe my conversation that I'm having with this brother may feel affected by it. Do we think about that? Do we think about me and your conversation that we're having could affect others? No, we don't think like that. That don't even cross our mind. We don't care about that. These are the things that we need to start and to begin to start thinking about and considering with ourselves to be better with God, man. All that indicates that you have dirty, stinking ways. Your ways stink before God, man. But these laws and things that we talk about goes in one ear and out the other. If we continue in our atrocious ways before God, and then we tell the people that you're accepted and God loves us, man. How can God love a person that goes against? The book explains what love is. Love is an action word. Love shows action. In order to love God, he said, love me and what? And keep my commandments. So if I keep God's commandments, it indicates that I love God. Now I can say, I love God. I don't do this. 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 I don't do that. That's what indicates the love for God. What you do. What do you do that correlates with the laws and the commandments of God? That indicates love. That's what it shows about love for God. We got to remove pride, because a lot of us is full of pride, and remove these forward thoughts that comes to our mind that causes us to move a certain way, that causes certain reactions with ourselves and causes certain reactions to others that don't deserve that. It's a treatment that comes with this, man. It's a treatment that comes with this. He said, not let the son of the stranger that have joined himself to the Lord. Huh? How can you join yourself to God? Huh? To unite, to connect, to combine, close association, to become, huh? How can you join to God? By fulfilling all his laws, commandments, and statutes. By fulfilling the laws the things that you know to be lawful and right by God. That's how you join. Huh? What you said? Fulfill the requirements of God. Huh? He said, what does God demands of thee? Huh? What do God demand of you, O Israel? But to what? But to fear God and keep his commandments. For that's the whole duty of man. Why they mention woman? Because man leads. I said, why they mention woman? Because the man is the leader. He leads his house in righteousness. And because he's leading his house in righteousness, his wife has something to follow. The wife has something to follow. My man is leading in righteousness. And she started talking of, she said, man, she said, your righteousness is seen and known in the earth. Your righteousness, Ish, is known in the earth. I ain't got no issue and no problems with following after you. Why? Because your man and your husband is emanating righteousness. But when the man don't emanate righteousness, which is the head, guess what God said? The head is sick, the whole body is sick. Once the head is sick, everything that come after sick. The wife is sick, she's gone out of her mind. The children is playing seesaw and hopscotch on Shabbat. Everybody gone. Why? Because the righteousness, where the righteousness is supposed to be emanating from, which is the head, is not there. So everything's in shambles. Everything is in shambles. He said, speak saying the Lord had utterly separated me for his people. Huh? He said, God, he said, well, let's read that again. Not to let the son of the stranger that had joined himself to the Lord speak, saying, the Lord had utterly separated me from his people. Not to let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. Let's use the book to back up the book. You see that verse I just read? You know who did that? Peninnah. Elkanah's wife. He had two wives. One can conceive, one couldn't conceive. But Peninnah was a rival wife. She was rivaling and she was against and teased and messed with. I don't know what she was saying, but she said things to anger Hannah because she couldn't conceive. God said, the eunuch said, yo, man, I'm a eunuch. I don't have my sexual organs. The things that you say is making me say or realize that I'm a dry tree. So why am I talking about going to cohabitate with my wife around a eunuch? I don't talk about these things, man, because I got to realize, but when I talk about these things, scan the congregation and see what's lacking, what's needed, where someone's coming up short at, what people are going through. Leaders does that, man. I said leaders does that. A true leader does that. And when you scan the congregation to see, well, wow, I got to curve this, what I'm about to say, because what I'm about to say, I don't want to do. And what I want to do, I don't want to say. I got to curve these words because what I'm about to say is going to hurt this brother. What I'm about to say is going to hurt this sister. Or maybe I got a white man in the congregation. I got a white man sitting there. I got a Chinese man sitting there. Huh? Huh? I got a white man, Chinese man, and a Puerto Rican man. But I'm up here on the beamer talking about this is a black nation.
Yeah.
What's wrong with y'all, man?
Yeah.
I said, what's wrong with y'all, man?
Yeah.
So now, by me emphasizing that this is a black nation, the Chinese man, the white man, and the Puerto Rican man, they feel out of place.
That's right.
You see where I'm walking at?
Right.
I'm limping. But we don't know what righteousness is, man.
Right.
And when you tell someone about these things, they want to come up after you and thrash it.
Yeah.
They want to come up after you and crash it
Okay.
and thumbs down it. But you don't know what righteousness is, man.
Okay.
You don't know what righteousness is,
Yeah.
man. Why do we say things to make people feel out of place? Huh? Why we do things to make people feel out of place? Hey, yo, man. We calling ourselves God's. Listen, man. We can't be accepted of God moving like this, man. We can't be accepted of God moving like this. I don't see no changes. As a matter of fact, the people has gotten worse. I said, as a matter of fact, the people has gotten worse. Brother shaved off his baby hair at 2 years old. Baby only one. You're already incorporating the baby to cutting hair. The baby's 1 year old. He just turned one. Got the poor baby sitting in the barber shop. Lord have mercy. Give the baby a chance. Let his hair grow. You are setting up a practice. You are setting up ungodly practices, ungodly customs, and ungodly tradition within the ranks And you are allowing other people to do the same.
That's correct.
So we see heads. So we see heads, leaders. We see heads and leaders and teachers going against what God said. What are you doing with a bald face?
Yeah.
What are you doing with a gold teeth?
Okay.
What are you doing with shaved heads?
Okay.
When the book said, "Lo takwi pupea zepanekwa," you should not skim off a side section, lock, or curl of your head. You should not corrupt a side section, lock, or curl of your beard. So we're supposed to have full beards and full head of hairs.
He's like that.
Full head of hair.
Yeah.
Huh? I'm not here to throw Vaseline on your back. I'm not here to spread margarine on your bread. I am here to show you your faults. And I'm also here, guess what? To thumbs down my own faults.
Yeah.
Huh? It works both ways.
Yeah.
I talk about myself when I'm up here.
Yeah.
Kidding me? You think I'm all there? I'm the only I point the finger at me.
That's right.
Most of the time, I use me for an example.
Yeah.
You know why I use me for an example? Because I know it works.
That's right.
But we, as a people that thumbs down our faults, thumbs down, it, guess what? You will begin to correct it. This is why it's very important that broken spirit. When your spirit is broken, right, you can serve God better. I said, when your spirit is broken, you can serve God better. You know who else broke down who broke their spirit? King David. King David had a broken spirit. In Psalms 119, verse 20, he said, "My soul breaketh for the desire that it had unto thy judgments at all times." When you look it up in the Hebrew, he said, "My spirit is broken." Only a humble soul or a person that humble himself with God can break his spirit.
Right.
Can have a broken spirit, because when you break your spirit, your pride is gone. You can't serve God with pride. You can't serve God being vain.
Yeah.
You can't do none of that, man.
Right.
I said you can't do none of that. We got to get relinquished. We got to get rid of all these things to serve God.
Right.
That's why I've been doing them. Huh? Yeah, my father painted me.
Yeah.
That's why I've been doing them.
Yeah.
That's why I've been
Yeah, a little bit of
Yeah. Yo, he said, "The Lord had utterly separated me from his people." Don't allow people to feel separated. Don't allow people to feel distant.
Turn them away.
Because we, by doing these things, we turn people away from serving God. Now, next thing, the person, he don't show up or she don't show up no more.
But there's nowhere to go.
And your job is to call and check up on them.
That's right.
I said your job is to call and check up on them. You know why? Because you're my brother. You know why? Because you're my sister. And this is things that we need to do with each other. If I don't see you a week, 2 weeks, it's my job to call you and find out what's going on.
Yeah.
And if anything that you're going through, if I can be a help to rectify the situation, I'm here. And if I can be a help, don't feel bad about telling me or speaking to me, because guess what? Lou, Henry, and John not going to know. You know why? People scared to talk about this situation and to get advice, because I don't confide in you, and then this nigga, yeah, you got to be a nigga to do things like that. He go and tell everybody.
All the camps know.
The whole house of Israel knows about this man's situation. Oh my goodness, I had to tell you not to say nothing. I confided in you and told you. Certain things ought not to be spoken about. I have morals. You know what gave me morals? Reading this book.
Right.
So when a man tells me something, I die with those things. When a woman tells me something, I die with those things. I don't spread my business that goes on in my house to everybody.
Right.
I don't spread my business that goes on with my wife, with my ex-wife, to everybody. No, man. I don't move like that, man. And we shouldn't move like that.
Don't take it to Facebook either.
Stop posting your situations and everything you want on Facebook. My goodness. These are what you call social media Israelites. Now you hear Israelites talking about narcissists, trolling, this here.
Trolling and correcting are two different things.
Trolling and correction is two different things, man. Come on, man. He said, "For thus saith the Lord." I'm in Isaiah 56, verse 4. I'm only here for a few verses, but then I'm going back to Deuteronomy 23. It said, "For thus saith the Lord unto the eunuch that keepeth my Sabbath." And choose the things that please me, and take hold of my covenant. Wait a minute. So these three things, if the eunuch does, God will make a pass for this eunuch. Even though in the law, God said that a eunuch, a man that don't have his private member or is wounded in the stones, shall not what? Enter into the congregation of the Lord. But if the eunuch does these three things, he will be accepted. What is these three things? Huh?
That keep my Sabbath.
That keep my Sabbath. How do you keep the Sabbath? We got to learn how to keep the Sabbath. I said we got to learn how to keep the Sabbath. I saw a brother riding a bike this morning. I'm not going to call his name because I'm not into that. And I'm not into belittling people and glorifying and putting people on pedestals for things that they've done. But I'm going to use it for the good example. I saw a brother riding his bike. And God made it so that I was by the window when he was passing by. And when he passed by on his bike, I immediately called him. Not by his name, but I did a calling that was very accustomed to his ears. Like my father. No, not even oi. Hey! You know who call you like that? My father. He don't call you by his name. You don't call you like you go, hey! Everything stopped. Everything clinches. Uh-oh. What have I done? I hear that voice. One time I'm downstairs and all I heard was, hey! I stopped. I don't care who's around. Next thing I did, the only one's calling me like that is my father. So I look up and he yelling at me. Everybody's outside, embarrassing me, but I still hold my composure. And I answer with a humble tone, King Abba.
That's right.
Lo Abba.
Yeah.
All right, Abba, I'll be back, Abba. No problem, Abba. Shalom, Abba.
That's right.
Why? Because your parent got to be able to scream at you regardless of wherever you're at.
Right.
Well, you're embarrassing me, Mom. You're embarrassing me, Dad. American mentality, people.
Right.
Stop it.
That's right.
You have an American mentality, and you cannot serve God with this American mentality. So I looked out the window and I saw the brother riding the bike. So I said, hey. He stopped immediately. He also clinched. He also clinched. Because my father used to yell at him too like that. And as he clinched, the bike stopped. Everything, all motion stopped. He almost fell. Look up. What's up, Chief? I said, man, what you doing? I said, what are you doing riding the bike on the Lord's holy day? He said, well, a brother had my bike. I said, God don't care about excuses. He had a bike from Thursday when you get it after Shabbat. He said, but this brother and that brother, what do you say about this brother and that brother driving on Shabbat? I said, come on, man. You're not recognizing your fault. That brother is driving to Shabbat. He ain't riding the bike, merry-go-round and around the place. Okay? And if I have to drive and I'm far away, I would rather drive than ride my bike because you're exercising. That's exercise. I said, so you need, if you truly fear God, brother, the door's open. You can take that bike and slide it inside the building and take your unprofitable, useless self home. He chose not to. Okay, your choice. But God, remember, God made it so that I seen you. That's how merciful he is. To correct you. Because we don't want God to correct us. Take heed to the correction. Because once we don't take heed to the correction, then things escalate. Because you've been warned. Now God gonna correct you. Sometimes we don't come back from the correction of God. Okay? Let's go back.
Deuteronomy chapter 23.
Deuteronomy chapter 23,
verse 2.
Verse 2? Okay, let's read it.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. What is a bastard? Huh? The word for bastard is a mamzer. Okay? A bastard in the American definition, they say is a child that was without a father. That's not a bastard. A child without a father, he's fatherless. A child that don't have his father or his mother, he's an orphan. And God is very protective over these people. And never described or said the age. You could be 100 years old and be fatherless. Age don't matter. Okay? So now, what is a bastard? Which is a mamzer? Mamzer, it means spurious. When you look up the definition of spurious, it means born of parents not married to each other. So that means I am having children out of wedlock. Those children are bastards. Okay? So it's safe to say that a lot of people that's having children, they're not married. They're not married, and the children that comes from that are bastards. Okay? It also means illegitimate. An illegitimate child. I see my brother up there. He said illegitimate. I was getting to it, brother. I was getting to it. Brother Prince Zakaria. He said illegitimate. An illegitimate child. You know what illegitimate means? Not in accordance with accepted standards or rules. We have to do this marriage thing according to the standards and the rules that God has prescribed in the book. And if we do it out of the way, then guess what? It's not grounded. Okay? Not sanctioned by law. When you have a child in adultery, that's a bastard. When you have a child during incest, that's a bastard. Stop telling me that Moab and Ammon are incest babies. No, they're not. No, they're not. Because we got to realize that King David's mother was a what? A Moabitess. I said King David's mother was a Moabitess. And the line of the kingship came out of her loins. This is the woman that told Naomi, she said, wherever you go, I'm going. She said, Your God is my God.
That's it. That's it right there. That's
Huh?
it.
How many of you women make declarations like that, man?
That's how you
Right. Okay.
Huh? That is the declaration of the righteous.
Yeah.
That is the declaration that God is waiting to hear.
Right.
When you're going to declare, certain things need to be spoken. Certain things don't make me think and say, well, you should already know. No, I don't know nothing.
No.
I don't know nothing.
Right.
Let me hear it out your mouth. Start making declarations right now.
Right.
Ruth said, your God is my God.
That's it.
Right.
Your people is my people. Huh? Where you die at, that's where I'm going to die at. And when Naomi saw that she was fully set in her mind to serve God and to remain with her, she left the situation alone. You know why she left the situation alone? You know why she left the situation alone? Because Naomi was a righteous woman. Naomi was not a woman that only considered herself. I need your help. I need your help. I need you here with me. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, she needed her help. But she also, in return, had to consider her to see if she truly wants to be here. Maybe I'm enforcing this woman to be here and she don't really want to be here. You don't think about these things. Huh? That's not your daughter. It's not your son. Your son is obligated, supposed to be there for their parents, regardless of what. But once I'm not your son, I can't put this stress on you, man.
Right. That's right.
You can only look towards that through your kids.
That's right.
Realize that that's not your son.
Oh, yeah.
Realize that that's not your daughter. And I also she said, it grieves me. Naomi said, whoa, man, we're not even there yet. She said, it grieves me for your sake, Ruth. You hear the righteousness in these things? She said, it grieves me for your sake. That's why she told her to go on back and have a life. Get a husband. Enjoy life. That is the enjoyment in life. That's why God said it ain't good for man to be alone. It's an enjoyment in life to have a wife and children and raise up a family in the fear of God.
That's right.
I said, that's the enjoyment, man. That's a beautiful thing when it's done correct. Come on, man.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing, man.
Right.
Ain't nothing light about that.
That's right.
Ain't nothing simple about that. We need each other.
Yeah.
Don't sit there and tell me, like the American woman, I don't need a man. And then now you transfer over these atrocious ideas to your poor, innocent daughter. Now she grow up. I don't need a man. If I need a woman, and God said it's not good for man to be alone, you damn sure need a man. I said, you damn sure need a man. God told Adam it ain't good for him to be alone. Sister, you damn sure need a man.
That's what your problem is.
And that's your problem, man. You need a man.
Yeah. One day you'll be poor.
Come on, man. And it's a beautiful thing when two people grow up old together.
Right. Right.
Beautiful thing. I've been together for 60 years.
Yeah.
Well, what caused your marriage to last this long?
Okay.
She said, well, I have to look over a lot
You're gonna have to look over.
in order for this marriage to work. You gotta be able to look over things. Guess what? Not only the wife, the husband too.
Okay.
We gotta stop this, man. We gotta stop putting the blame all on the men.
Okay.
Oh, it's the man's fault. He said, okay, you had a part in it too. I said, you had a part in it too.
Yeah.
You ain't all the way innocent neither.
Right.
You gotta acknowledge it too.
Yeah.
Huh? You gotta acknowledge it too. Huh? You got to acknowledge it too, man. Acknowledge your fault. Where we at?
Verse 2. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Say that, read that over again.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation.
Okay. Another example. Absalom. Absalom's sister, Tamar. Ever notice why she didn't get pregnant? God didn't allow her to get pregnant. Amnon then raped her. He raped her. And the same word that was used for rape was the same Hebrew word that was used for Dinah. Dinah was a righteous woman, man.
Right.
Stop thumbs down and talking against my sister Dinah.
Yeah.
My mother. That's one of my mothers. She got raped. The same Hebrew word that was used for rape for Tamar is the same Hebrew word that was used for Dinah. And the only reason why she didn't leave was because she realized that you already took my virginity. Okay? Tamar said, this is worse. That what you did, this is worse what you're doing now. You done took it, and now you're going to put me out. You're doing this worse. You're going to disown me? Where I'm going to go? She wasn't leaving. He had to tell one of his servants to get out of there. No, Negro, I belong to you now. You done took it. You done bust me open. You done took my virginity. I belong to you. That was the mentality of the righteous woman in the book. And no matter what that man do, the woman won't leave. The man could go and serve idols and deities. She ain't leaving. She just made sure that she served God. Another example, Manasseh. Manasseh went into wickedness, and he delved head straight into wickedness, but his wife never left him. Later on, because of the righteousness of this woman that she received from her husband, God used her to deliver a nation. God used her to deliver a nation. That's right. Thomas, what verse we at?
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Verse 3. An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Right? Now this is a prime example of the Most High makes exceptions for those who makes exceptions for his laws.
Right.
This is not only for the nation of Israel. That is long gone, people.
Right.
Forget about that.
Yeah.
I said, forget about that. Who?
Right.
Who said? I ain't said it. God said it.
That's right.
He said, now I will be called a God for all. He said, I'm a God for all people now. Anybody can come and seek God and be a part of this.
Right.
So stop telling the people that this is a black nation.
Yeah.
Okay? This is not a black nation.
That's right.
You don't got to be black to be a part of this.
Right.
Huh? You don't got to be black to be a part of this.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to do have is a willing heart to serve God, and you will be accepted by God. Because you got that willing heart to serve God and keep his laws and his commandments and his statutes.
Right.
Go ahead. Let's read it.
Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. Verse 4.
Okay.
Because
an Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Because they met you not with bread and with
Because
water.
they met you not with bread or with water. Moab and Ammon is not the Chinese and Japanese.
Okay.
Make it clear.
Moab and Ammon look just like me and you.
That's right.
That's right.
Nobody knew that Ruth was a Moabitess until she told them she was a Moabitess.
Right.
She didn't have a slant eye.
Yeah.
She wasn't giant. She wasn't Asian with slanted eyes.
Right.
Okay? So it says, because they met you not with bread and with water. The Hebrew word for met is kuf dalet mem sofi. It means to meet or to welcome. Right? Now, when you're welcoming someone, it means to greet hospitably and with courtesy or cordiality.
Yeah.
Okay? This is how we treat strangers and people that comes amongst us.
That's right.
And if we ain't doing it this way, you are a sucker before God.
Yeah.
Okay? Cordiality is being friendly. Being friendly.
That's right.
Being polite.
That's right.
Meaning to give comfort. Huh? To invigorate means to give strength to by the use of words.
That's right.
To invigorate means to give strength. You know, you cannot give someone strength by the use of words by talking about them.
That's right.
You can't chop the person down.
That's right.
So when we do these things, we are in violation of the laws, commandments, and statutes. We are in violation of the ways of God. This is the ways of God. The ways of God, you'll find it within the law. Cordial is used to describe people and their behavior towards others in social situations. Social situations, behavior that is friendly, which means I can behave in a way that would emanate viciousness or anger or what? Or violence, that's the word. I can behave in a way that will emanate violence or aggression, right? And I can also behave in a way that is friendly. That's why you say, man, you shouldn't act that way. There's an act. There's a way that we need to act around people so that they don't get the wrong idea about you. God said that. That's why when they came out with swords and knives against Israel, God ain't like that. All I wanted to do was pass through your land. Shortcut. And whatever my cattle and everybody eat or take, I will pay for it. But they came out with swords, wanted to fight us. He said, He said, because you guys did this, he said, you're not going to be accepted.
Right.
I can't accept you guys because you did this to my chosen ones. You did this to my people. Because you did that, I can't accept you. Courtesy. What is courtesy? Courtesy is being polite. Being polite. Wait a minute. Courtesy is being polite in one's attitude. I didn't even say nothing. My attitude just gave off the wrong energy.
Okay.
And because my attitude gave off the wrong energy, you picked it up. And now you start to feel the way. That's not courtesy.
That's right.
We got to stop making people feel out of place. We got to stop making people feel in certain ways.
That's right.
By our doings, by our own doings. Huh? Being polite in one's attitude and behavior towards others. We got a lot to correct with ourselves, man.
Yeah.
We playing games. Huh? We playing games with God, and we not trying to pick it up. We not picking up. We not acknowledging. Let's read.
And because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor, a people of Mesopotamia, to curse thee. Nevertheless, the Lord thy God will not hearken unto Balaam, but the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace.
Wait, go back. Go on back. Read that again.
And because they hired
against you
Balaam,
Balaam,
the son of
Beor, of Mesopotamia, to curse thee. But we was correct with God at a point in time. At a point in time in our lives, we were right with God. There was no iniquity found within the nation.
Right.
So therefore, because there was no iniquity found in the nation, there was nothing forged against the nation of Israel that could work. There was no curtain. We had total protection, which means the boundaries was closed.
Yeah.
There was no opening within the ranks to where iniquity or negative, like we would say, negative energy can come in. Because the only way negative energy could come in is by violating the commandments of God.
Right.
It's the only way. Let's read it.
Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam.
Nevertheless, God will not hearken unto Balaam.
The Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing.
He turned the curse into a blessing.
Because the Lord thy God loved thee.
Because the Lord thy God loved thee. Guess what?
Loved.
Loved. Have we finished school? Loved thee. Loved. That's past tense.
At that time.
At that time, God loved us. Do we really think God loves us now?
No.
No. You know why? Because we're coming up short in the things that God commanded us. God could only love us if we fulfill our part. If we fulfill our part, then God can fulfill his part in loving the nation. But because we are not fulfilling our part, God not going to fulfill his part. God told King David, he said, ye have despised the word of God. He said, you despise me, King David. He said, you despise me, King David. So God told King David that he despised him and his laws. What makes you think about you, O son of man? That's not better than King David. You can't even count the things that you did in your life. You hate God. Men and women of today hate God. Don't fool yourself. You know why I said men and women hate God? Because we are doing things contrary and opposite from what the book says. Okay? Time sheet.
Verse 6.
Verse 6.
Thou shalt not seek their peace, nor their prosperity all thy days forever.
Don't seek their peace, nor their prosperity forever. Right? Now, why God don't say, he said, because the things that they have done to you will not be accepted. Certain things that we do, God don't accept. At that point in time, an offering will not cause God to lean towards these people. The priests can't set up an offering to cause God to lean towards these people. It's a final sentence. And this is what we need to realize with ourselves. Sometimes we do things that cause us to be in a final destination that we can't get out of this destination because of what I did. There's no answer. There's no correction with that, with God. He leave you and leave you and leave you in the path of unrighteousness. Let's read it.
Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all thy days forever. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite. For God's sake, Edomite is not the white man.
Okay.
That is the biggest lie ever told to man.
That's right.
The first world was black.
That's right.
Everybody was black. Even Esau. Esau came out of a black man who was Isaac. Esau, Edom, is Shemitic.
Okay.
He just means red and hairy. And when you look up the definition of Esau or Esau or Edom, it means a reddish brown complexion, red hair. That's it. I said, that's it. The color change began at a certain point in time of history. And it began after the flood. I said it began after the flood. Before Esau. Okay? So Noah had 3 sons. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. God had destroyed the world. All mankind off the face of the earth is dead. And that is why the Most High have a covenant, an agreement with Noah, with man, that he would not destroy the earth by water. So he said, after the rain, he said, you're going to see the bow, the rainbow stretched across heavens. This is to remember that God has made a covenant with man that he will not destroy the earth by a flood. But people take the rainbow and use it for LGBT, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. The whole alphabet.
Yeah.
The rainbow ain't got nothing to do with LGBT.
That's right.
The Betty Q.
The rainbow.
The Betty Q. LGBTQ. Just say the Betty Q. We'll rock you.
LGBT. They use the rainbow for their symbol.
Yeah.
But that has to do with the covenant of God. That he will not destroy the earth by a flood again.
Yeah. Yeah.
God tells us what to accept and what not to accept.
That's right.
If you're a homosexual, I can't accept you.
That's right.
If you like women, I can't accept you. If you want to have sex and cohabitate with the daughter and the mother, I can't accept you.
That's right.
Huh? You want to go and have sex with the sister and the aunt? I can't accept you. 2 sisters? I can't accept you. We cannot accept nobody that's against the curriculum that God set. That's the reason why Samuel said, looked at King Saul. He said, man, God has rejected thee from being king. So he was walking away. When he began to walk away from King Saul grabbed his robe and ripped it. At that point in time, Samuel turns around and said, God has rented the kingdom away from you. Took it away from you and gave it to a neighbor that's better than thou.
That's right.
That's better than you. Because you didn't enforce, you didn't do the commandment that God told you to do in the manner of Agag. But King Saul said something that triggered Samuel. He said, honor me in the sight of the people, which means you had 2 heads. You had 2 heads. You can't have the people seeing 2 heads clashing. You know how many times that happened within the ranks?
Yeah.
Certain things need to be brought within closed doors and not to be shown to the congregation. Not to be shown to the congregation. You a head, and I'm a head. If one head come up and say something that's not according to scripture, it's not for you to come up and thumbs down what the other head said in front of the people.
Right.
You know what that's supposed to do? After hey, let's have an in-house meeting. Hey, brother, what you said, blah, 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 blah. And to give the other brother a chance to show you, well, this is why I said it. Because in the Hebrew it says this, in the English it says this. Look at the dictionary, look at this, look at the meaning, and we show why I said it. It's not for you to come up on the beamer and thumbs down what the person said, because that shows disunity. That shows a separation. Yeah. My father was the head. I said my father was a leader.
Yeah.
Huh? And I'm next up.
Yeah.
I look at myself as a leader.
Yeah.
I'm not no baggage handler.
Yeah.
I'm not no baggage handler.
Yeah.
I am a head.
You leading now.
Yeah.
Underneath my father.
That's right.
Edom, Admoni means ruddy, red-haired or reddish brown complexion. Now realize in an example in 1 Samuel chapter 16, it says King David was ruddy. 1 Samuel chapter 16 said King David was ruddy. In the Hebrew, you know what the word they got for ruddy? Admoni, which means King David had the same complexion as Esau.
Okay.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Solomon, chapter 5, verse 16, it says the same thing for Solomon. It says Zach. Zach means clear. If he was clear, he wasn't. He was light. He was very light. Very light. So we cannot judge. We cannot judge Israel off of their complexion, because we had King David had a reddish brown complexion like Esau.
Yeah.
King David had a reddish brown complexion like Esau. Esau is Shemitic. He came out of Isaac.
Yeah. Like a speckled bird.
Blacks are not God's people.
All black people are not God's people.
No.
We got to realize that the first world was black.
That's
The seven
right.
nations was black. All these are the Hamites was black. The Canaanites was black.
Right.
So now I wanted to go back. I just remembered. Noah had 3 sons: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. After the flood, Shem migrated into Asia. That's where Iraq is, and people tell people Middle East. People say Jerusalem is in Africa. Jerusalem is in Asia. Africa was a Hamitic nation. Ham migrated there. The Israelites left out of their land and migrated into Africa, which was the Hamites. And then you have Japheth. Japheth migrated into Europe, which was the cold region, northern region, all the way up north. So in time, they lost melanin because there's less sun there and it's cold over there. They lost melanin. Generations after generation after generation, they lost the melanin. Their hair got thinner. They lost the melanin. Their hair got thinner.
Right.
Let's read.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land.
Wait. Go back there. Go back.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite,
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite,
for he is thy brother.
but he is your brother. So why do these Israelites from 125th, the ICUC, this one, all these different groups, when there's only one group of Israelites, preach and teach people that white people is evil.
Yeah.
White people is this. White people is that.
Telling me evil.
White people is not Esau.
Okay.
Fools. The book showed you the description of Esau. Told you the description.
Don't call them evil when you go downtown.
But the first evil man, I said the first evil person was a black man.
Okay.
You know who was the number one evil man?
All right.
No, number one evil man. Nimrod. He wanted to be like God. The word in the Hebrew say he profaned himself.
On purpose.
He profaned himself.
Not to serve God. That was his purpose.
And he got into a lot of devious things.
Yeah, he started religion.
He the one that started religion.
3 and 1.
He the one that started the 3-in-1, the triad, the cross, the Holy Trinity, the thing that people believe in. Please save me in the name of Christ. You fools.
Nimrod started.
Nimrod started that. You know who was the original Christ, JC? Nimrod.
Nimrod.
You know why? Because the same story that Mary got immaculately conceived. Nimrod had sex with his mother, Semiramis. He got cut up into different pieces. She couldn't find his phallus. So he resurrected to the sun. So Semiramis got impregnated by the sun rays, which was an immaculate conception. It's a different story all over the place. Same story today. Different names, different ways of doing it. But it's just the same story. And now we have Israelites that believe in the Moshiach. But listen, man, God only spoke about one man coming. Malachi chapter 4, Elijah. Elijah.
Right.
Let's read it.
Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian,
Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian.
because thou wast a stranger in his land.
Wait a minute. You hear that? When we read, we got to read to learn. I said, when we read, we got to pray that God open up. He said, open up my eyes so that I can understand your law. So when God said, he said, don't hate the Egyptian because you was a stranger in his land. Which means no matter what the Egyptians did to us, I can't hate them because I lived with them. They housed me and they fed me. That counts for something. People forget about that. So if you live with me, there's nothing I can do to make you despise me because I accepted you underneath my roof. I accepted you here. Now, I wasn't evil when I allowed you to sleep in my bed.
Okay.
I wasn't evil when I allowed you to use my water.
Okay.
I wasn't evil when I allowed you to use my electricity. I wasn't evil when I allowed you to go on my refrigerator.
Okay.
But because things ain't going your way, I'm wrong. Let's read it.
The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation. When the host goeth forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean.
Wait, let's go. Where is that?
Go
ahead, verse 8.
The children that are begotten of them
the children that are begotten of them
shall enter into the congregation of the Lord
in their third generation. Okay? In their third generation. Right? They're good now. They can be accepted now. Why? Because God says so. God says so. What got them off is that because they was accepted at a point in time in history. We can also read about this situation in Jeremiah when it speaks about Tammuz. Tammuz. In other words as JC. Yeah. Baby Jake. Brother said baby Jake.
Even got a baby version.
And when we read the book, we see how the nation of Israel turned towards this place, this tom-tom, and started weeping and crying for this deity. They baked cakes for the Queen of Heaven. The Queen of Heaven was a woman with 1,000 breasts.
Yeah, that's what she really looked like.
1,000 breasts. Man, we don't even know the half of the things and the atrocities that the nation did in the eyes of God that what caused God to disperse us and kick us out the land. God is just in all his doings, man. And we brought all this upon us because of what we did against God. He held back. I said, my God held back. He held back, man, and he held back, and he held back. That was the last thing God wanted to do.
Really didn't want to.
We even had a chance after we migrated into Africa.
Yeah.
We had a chance. And God gave us a chance to correct ourselves. But we migrated into Africa and took on Hamitic customs, tribal marks, to mingle in and to blend in with the Africans, with the Hamites. But when God allowed a people from the north to invade Africa,
Babylon.
and we was handpicked. We was handpicked and taken out of there and brought into subjection, into slavery. Into slavery, man. He said, when the host going forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. In the Hebrew, it says, the word for wicked thing, it says dabara. Keep thee from every evil thing. Keep thee from every evil matter. Keep thee from every evil word. Keep thee from every situation, deeds, acts, events, social occasions, or activities. A social occasion is an occasion on which people can assemble. Be careful of what you assemble. What is the reason why we are assembling? And when we find out why we are assembling and gathering, and it's not godly, it's not a godly assemble, get away. You better run. I say you better run, because I don't want God said that I attend. If I attend, I celebrate it. If I attend, I celebrate it.
He said you was in it too because you was there. That's right.
Evil thing, an evil matter, or an evil word. So now I got to watch my words, the matters, and the things that I do that God said is evil. Tom Sheet.
Verse 10. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chanceth him by night.
Wait, read that over.
If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chanceth him by night.
If there be a what?
Any man
that
is not clean
by
reason of uncleanness,
that
chanceth him by night.
That chanceth him by night. So, chance by night is a nocturnal emission. A nocturnal emission is when the seed of copulation has been released. So when the seed of copulation has been released, it makes you unclean. The sperm makes you unclean. Okay, Tom Sheet.
Then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp.
Okay.
But it shall be when evening coming on, he shall wash himself with water. And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again.
Okay. It said when evening coming on, then he shall what?
Then he shall wash himself with water. And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again.
Wash himself with water. And when the sun is down, he shall come within the camp again. So what causes you to be unclean? To see the copulation. When you ejaculate. So when that happens, you are unclean and we have to wash automatically. Okay, go ahead.
Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon. And it shall be.
This is what I want to define. I also spoke about social occasions. Why we gather.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Social occasions and why we gather on these social occasions. I would like to make an announcement, and I want to announce that Chief Prince King of Zabunda, he is 50 years old, and we want to sing Yom Huledet Sameach. Yom Huledet Sameach.
Yeah.
That's a birthday song.
Yeah, happy birthday, Nick.
Happy birthday. But have we studied the origin of birthdays?
Yeah.
Do we know the origin of birthdays? And why they make the cakes round? Because the cakes that is round symbolizes the moon.
Symbolism. That's right.
The candles that's on the cake is also a symbolism. The highest of all holidays in satanic, the highest of all holidays in satanic religion is the day of one's own birth.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
Make it clear.
In which it deifies. In which it deifies. Deify means what? Is an object of worship. In which it deifies a particular God who has been created in an anthropomorphic form. Oh God. You know what an anthropomorphic form? Anthropomorphic form of their own image, thereby showing the ego is not really buried. Anthropomorphic. Right over there. Right on top of it, sorry. Up there. You know what an anthropomorphic form? When you look at cartoons, that's anthropomorphic.
Things that are not allowed.
I said when you look at cartoons, those are what you call anthropomorphic, where you will have a dog called Rover, Garfield. Garfield. And you got Garfield walking around. Hey, how you doing, sir? This is a cat or a dog. The cat. Garfield's a cat. You messed up. There ain't no dog.
What about the sponge you wash dishes with?
SpongeBob. They said SpongeBob.
Squidward.
That's his lover, Squidward.
And his lover, and SpongeBob's lover is Squidworks. Squidward.
Squid. His name is Squidward.
And these are the things. These are the things that we allow our children to watch.
Yeah. Messages in there.
Okay?
Yeah.
Training our children to accept homosexuality.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Training our children to accept dykes and woman-loving women. So in anthropomorphic form, Garfield is an anthropomorphic form because he's a cat with human traits.
Yeah.
Human traits.
Human traits.
Okay? You found it?
Yeah.
Okay? He said, Satanists believe if you are going to create a God, why not create one yourself? Because every man is a God if he chooses to recognize himself as one. So during a person's birth date, buy and treat yourself. Okay? You found it? Let me know when you found it. Birthdays was originally celebrated in the ancient world of Egypt, Greece, Rome, and Persia of gods, kings, and nobles. Only those people celebrated their birthdays. A regular servant ain't celebrate their birthdays. Only gods, kings, and nobles because it was a upliftment and glorification of oneself. In Mesopotamia and Egypt, the cradle of civilization, were also the first lands in which men remembered and honored their birthdays. Why was keeping of birthdays records was important in ancient times? Because a birthday was for the casting of horoscopes. Anthropomorphic.
Anthropomorphic. Described or thought of as having a human form.
Or human form.
Or human attributes.
Human form or human attributes.
Describing human characteristics.
Describing human characteristics.
In non-human things.
In non-human things.
It's not real.
It's not real. Okay? There is a direct connection between the pagan practice of birthdays, celebrations, and astrology, horoscopes, and fortune telling. That's why people say, oh, what's your horoscope? Oh, I'm a virgin. I'm a Virgo. I mean. And then they tell you, oh, Virgo's got these type of characteristics and this and this and this. But God commanded us to stay away from these things. God commanded us to stay away from these things. The ancient Jews did not celebrate birthdays, regarding them as pagan. The early Christians did not celebrate birthdays because they considered the celebration of anyone's birth to be pagan customs. Down to the 4th century.
Okay, you changed that.
It changed then. But the first, second, and third century,
It was
even
exactly.
Christians did not
They said
celebrate birthdays because they realized that it was
they knew
pagan.
where it came from. That's
Okay,
right.
they knew where it came from, and they rejected it and considered it pagan. In Europe, birthdays began with the cult of Mithras, which originated in Persia but was spread throughout the Roman Empire. It wasn't common before this Saturnalia was adapted for birthdays. Christmas is also relevant because December 25th was the birthday of the sun god Mithra. In 354 AD, Bishop Liberius of Rome ordered the people to celebrate on December 25th because originally it was the feast of Saturn, the birthday of the sun god. They celebrated the birth of their deity once each year at the winter solstice, which is the origin of Christmas. Saturnalia, held in mid-December, is an ancient Roman pagan festival honoring the agricultural god Saturn, because when the holiday occurred near the winter solstice, Saturnalia celebrations are the source of many of the traditions we now associate with Christmas, such as the wreaths, the candles, feasting, and gift-giving. Anthropomorphic, derived from the Greeks, anthropos. It means human. Morph is a form. Human form. The term was used to refer to the attribution of human, physical, or mental features to deities. Anthropomorphism. Right? They had sculptures involving human animal figures, animal characters with human traits. With human traits. Okay? Where we at?
We have verse 12.
Time sheet.
Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. Thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon. And it shall be when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith.
Okay. He said, but it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp. Okay? Now, why he can't come into the camp when that cedar copulation go from him? Because he don't have to touch nothing. All you gotta be is unclean from that cedar copulation, and just by you being there, profane everything. So that's why they was prohibited from coming within the ranks, coming to the assembly or the congregation of the nation. They had to separate themselves. Okay? Tamshi, verse 12.
And thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon.
Thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon.
And it shall be.
And it shall be.
When thou wilt ease thyself abroad.
When thou wilt ease thyself abroad.
And shall turn back and cover that which cometh from thee.
For
the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp.
God is amongst us. And God cannot be amongst us when defecation and urination is around. Because these are unclean things that comes out of man. So God said, when you defecate, cover it. When you urinate, cover it. So when you use the bathroom and you're about to pray, you close the door. Because the bathroom is the place where you ease yourself. And I don't want to be in my living room or my hallway spreading forth my hand towards the east, praying to God with the bathroom open. So you close the bathroom door. I said you close the bathroom door. Go ahead, read.
For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver
thee. For the Lord
thee.
thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee.
And to give up thine enemies before thee.
And to give up thy enemies before thee.
Therefore shall thy camp be holy.
Therefore shall thou camp be holy.
That he see no unclean thing in thee.
That he see no unclean thing in thee. And what dabad? An unclean thing, an unclean matter, or an unclean word. So, certain things brings about certain things. Certain things is like a domino effect. So God said, He said, make sure you cover the defecation that comes from you, because if I walk among you, then it's going to be a problem. He said, that way I won't see an unclean thing in thee, matter or word in thee, and turn away from thee. Now, when it says in thee, it says beka Sophie. It means by thee, that I see no unclean thing by thee. When God see an unclean thing by thee or near thee, it means you will start going in the direction of sin. You're going to start to go and move in the direction or in the path of iniquities that is not accepted by God. You're going to start moving according to in a way or a matter that is not accepted by God. Time sheet.
Verse 15. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master.
Thou shalt not deliver unto his master.
The servant
Which is escaped
from his
master. Because you don't know how the servant was being treated. The servant could have been treated unjustly, and he ran on from his master. God said, don't turn him back in. Don't return him back. Go ahead, read.
He shall dwell with thee, even among you.
He shall dwell with thee, even among you.
In that place which he shall choose.
In that place which he shall choose.
In one of thy gates.
In one of thy gates.
Where liking him best.
Where liking him best. Thou shalt not oppress him. Thou shalt not wrong him. It's a treatment that comes with serving God. I said it's a treatment that comes with serving God. And if we don't learn this, God is going to destine us. Our destiny is not going to be good. Our path not going to be good. We have a short look. God deals with time. We have a short time to get there. In a short time to get there, and a lot of work to be done. Go ahead, read.
Verse 17.
Verse 17.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel.
He said, okay, hold that. Verse 17, right? Stay there. He said, thou shalt not oppress him. The word for oppress is yana, right? Oppress means to keep in subservience, in hardship. To oppress means to keep in subservience or hardship. What is subservience? Subservience means willingness to obey others unquestionably. So we use that on our own to benefit us, to benefit you, to benefit the person that's doing the oppression. I know this guy is a loyal servant. He's going to hearken, and I use that to my advantage. Okay? Go ahead, verse 17.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel. The word for whore is a Quadesha. Now, mind you, we didn't have whores of the nation of Israel because God was against that. God said there shall be no whores of the daughters of Israel. So all the whores that came amongst the nation of Israel were women from other nations. There was foreigners. There was from other nations that came amongst us. Okay? The word Quadesha means temple prostitutes. It means harlots. This was a custom in ancient Babylon that all women once in their lives to go to the temple of Aphrodite and have sex with strangers.
That's ordered.
Huh?
They're ordered to do that.
They're ordered to do these things. One time in their life. So, Quadesha is also sodomy. Quadesh and Quadesha also has to do with sodomy. Okay? Which means when we are having sex, it has to be coital.
Yeah.
Do we know what coital means? No, coital is sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse is not oral intercourse. It's not oral sex. Sexual intercourse is not anal sex. That's not what God says sexual intercourse is. Sexual intercourse is when a man inserts the woman's private part
The regular
with
way.
his member to have a baby.
It says the regular
Any other way
way.
is sodomy. Ain't nothing wrong with touching my woman. I can touch my woman and caress her and touch her wherever I want to touch her. But when you start doing anal and oral sex and having orgies, that's where the sin lies at.
Do that.
Non-coital is not involving sexual intercourse, anything other than sexual, natural way of having a baby. Okay? Anal sex is no good. Oral sex is no good. Orgies is no good. Time sheet.
Nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog.
So we had a woman that was from other nations that sold their bodies for money.
Right.
You can't take that money and give it to God for the offering. Go ahead, read.
For even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God.
Uh-huh.
Verse 19.
Verse 19.
Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother.
Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother. Okay, what is usury? Usury is when it's interest. I lend you $20, and next week, 2 weeks later, you got to give me 40. Abraham said, I didn't deal with nobody that way.
Charge.
I didn't charge nobody with interest or usury. That's a higher level in righteousness. But if you do it to the Nakri, it's not iniquity. You're not sinning. It's your choice. You can't do it to the stranger. You can't do it to the give. But God said you can do it to the Nakri, to the alien, to the foreigner. Me, I'm not doing it to nobody. Why? Because I'm following after Abraham. I choose not to do that because I want to follow Abraham. And the things that God said follow Abraham. I said, God said, follow Abraham. So he didn't do it, I'm not doing it. Because I want to reach and I want to peak at a certain level in righteousness. See, there's levels in righteousness. There's levels in wickedness. I want to get to the highest level that I need to get to. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother. Usury of money.
Usury of money.
Usury of victuals.
Usury of victuals.
Usury of anything that is lent
Usury of anything that is lent upon usury.
unto a stranger, thou mayest lend upon usury.
It don't say that in the Hebrew. It don't say that in the Hebrew. It says unto the Nakri. Unto the Nakri. Let me explain something to you. The Nakri and the Gir. The Gir is the stranger that dwells amongst us. The Gir is the one that has joined themselves to serve God with us.
Right.
The Nakri is the foreigner and the alien that have not joined themselves and accepted God.
Right.
So God said you can give it to the Nakri, to the alien. Tamshi.
Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury.
Unto
but
a stranger,
unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury.
That's right.
That the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to in the land, whether thou goest to possess it. Verse 21. When thou shalt vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not slack to pay it.
When thou shalt vow unto the Lord thy God, he said, don't be slack to pay it, which means whatever you say out of your mouth, you got to keep it. Whatever you said out of your mouth, you must keep it. Okay? Go ahead, read.
For the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee.
God will require it of thee, and there will be sin in thee, read.
And if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in thee.
That
which is gone out of thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform. Even a free will offering, according as thou hast vowed unto the Lord thy God, which thou hast promised with thy mouth. When thou comest into
a free will offering. You know what a free will offering? A free will offering is something that you didn't have to be forced to do. That's what a free will offering. In Leviticus 19, it said of your own will. The Hebrew word for that is razon. Right? Razon, of your own desire, or accepted. Forgot what it is. But what it says. Let me go there quick fast. In Leviticus 19, when it speaks about your own free of your own will, right? It says that is in verse 5. Leviticus 19, verse 5, by the zone camp, zone, right? Zone means so that it can be accepted. God will not accept things or accept the laws that you do if it's not done according to what it says, how God has said it. I have to do it of my own. I got to do things so that in the curriculum or in a way that so that God can accept it. So that God can accept it. Let's read it.
When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard.
Okay, let's cut that. We're gonna go into. Let's go to the Apocrypha. Let's go to the Apocrypha. Then after the Apocrypha, then we're gonna go to Jeremiah 3. Right? So we're gonna go to the Apocrypha. All right? Right? Talk about Prince Zachariah. To everybody that has seen this brother on the chat, his name is Don Blocko, but my father has gave him a title. He don't have his title up there because he's not looking for self-upliftment. Yeah. But his name is Prince Zachariah. And he's a well-known teacher in Israel, a very good teacher. A very good teacher. That's right. So right now we're going to go into the Apocrypha, chapter 16. So, chapter 16, Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 16. Now, people, you have certain Israelites that rejects the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha means what? Hidden. Hidden. So there was a 400-year separation, 400 years between the Old Testament and the New. In between the Old Testament and the New, the Apocrypha was there, but it was separated. It was taken out because there was a lot of things that these people did not want revealed. Yeah. They didn't want it to be revealed because this explains a lot. It backs up the Old Testament. Clearly. Okay? Okay? So let's go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 16.
Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children.
That is my title. Unprofitable children. Huh? Let me explain what is unprofitable children. It also means unprofitable. Anything that is unprofitable is useless. It's no good. Now, if you're useless, it means not able to give service or aid to. Not able to give assistance. And in order to give service or aid or assistance to your parents, you gotta be around.
Talk about it, say it again, buddy.
In order to give service, aid, or assistance, you have to be around. So when my mother needs something done, I gotta be around to do it to her. That's a part of honor. When my mother needs help in the house, I gotta be around to aid her because that's a part of honor. Okay? My mother needs something from the store. I gotta be able to go to the store for my mother because that's a part of honor. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Make yourself available.
All right? That's a part of honor. Okay? He said, though. Now, it said, desire not a multitude of unprofitable children. He said, not a delight in ungodly sons. Ungodly sons. Huh? An ungodly son in our sons that don't accept or not living according to the laws and the commandments of God. Okay? Tom sheet, verse 2.
Though they multiply,
rejoice
not in them,
not in them.
except the fear of the Lord be with them.
He said, when they multiply, when your children multiply, there are certain things that we need to rejoice in. Okay? And the only thing that we should be rejoicing in is that the fear of God be in them. That's what you rejoice in. I can't rejoice and uplift them because of what they know and their knowledge. Because a person can know and they have great knowledge in God, but they don't follow what they know. They don't do what they know. So you ain't going to hear me come up here uplifting my God-forsaken son and he got a bald head. Yeah. I'm not going to come up here uplift my son because of what he know and he ain't doing and living according to the laws and the commandments of what he know. Yeah. It's not good, man. Time sheet.
Verse 3. Trust not thou in their life.
What does that mean? Trust not in their life. I'm in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus chapter 16. Okay, verse 3. It says, trust not thou in their life. It means not to have assured reliance on the ability or strength of them. Do not confide in them. Don't rely on them. Why you can't rely on them? Because they don't serve God. Those are ungodly children. So once your children is ungodly, you can't confide in these God-forsaken children that don't consider God. Tom C.
Neither respect their multitude.
Don't respect the multitude. So here read.
For one that is just is better than 1,000.
For one, it's better to have one son that's just than to have 10 children that's not just. It's best to have one son that's just than to have 15, 20 sons that's not just.
That's a fact. A whole fact.
Some sheep.
For one that is just is better than 1,000.
That's right.
Better it is to die without children.
Better it is to die without children
Than to have them that are ungodly.
than to have them that's ungodly. Mm-hmm.
For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished.
For one that has understanding shall the city be replenished. I will fill this whole city for one man that fear God than to have all these God-forsaken people. Tom sheep.
But the kindred of the wicked shall speedily become desolate. Many such things have I seen with mine eyes.
Many such things have I seen. I've seen a lot of things with my eyes.
And mine ear hath heard greater things than these.
And my ear heard more greater things than these. I heard worse than what I'm talking, than what I saw. Tom sheep.
In the congregation of the ungodly shall a fire be kindled.
In the congregation, in the gathering of the ungodly shall a fire be kindled. You know what a fire, you know what you mean by fire? It's not talking about actual fire. You know what? Debate, tell you, things stirs up here. God stirred this up here. God stirred up this here. God stirred this here. God stirred up certain things within the congregation because the head is sick. So the whole thing that comes after that is sick. So now it's called the dispersion. This one goes here, this one left here, this one left there, because this one want to talk about this one, that one want to talk about this one want to upstart in this, and then nobody is judging according to how God said to judge. Nobody is judging according to the way God said to judge. Why? Because this is my son, and he can't get no beating. But let this other guy do something. I'm going to beat him. Go lay down, 40 stripes. But your son did the same thing. Why you ain't give him 40 stripes? You can't be a leader. You can't lead nobody. You can't lead nobody, man. God gave us the description of leaders and heads. God gave us the description of leaders. God gave us that. And if you are not following under the curriculum that God said, then you're not a leader. I don't care how much grades you got, how much titles you got, because guess what? Not every great head was considered an elder. We know that.
That's right.
There were certain characteristics that came with being an elder. Let me give you an example. Jethro, was it Jethro? Jethro told him, he said, no, God told Moses, that's when he was going to put, he said he's going to put the spirit of Moses upon the 70 elders. He said, choose you out elders, those whom ye know to be elders. It ain't everybody, which means this was hand-picked elders. Everybody, you don't think we had, you think that's all we had was 70 old men? These are millions and millions of people. But 70 men was chosen out of millions of people. There's a certain curriculum and a standard and a character that comes with being an elder. There's certain things that you need to stand on when coming to talking about you're an elder. You want to be respected as an elder, but you ain't acting like an elder. You're not moving like an elder. You're not moving like a head or a leader. You're not moving like a chief or a prince. Right. Yes, the book said appoint officers to handle situations, but once you see that this man is not upholding the standard of an officer, then you can't be no officer. Tom Sheep.
In the congregation of the ungodly shall a fire be kindled, and in
the congregation of who?
Of the
ungodly shall the fire be kindled.
And in a rebellious nation, wrath is set on fire.
Mm-hmm.
He was not pacified towards the old giants who fell away in the strength of their foolishness.
He was not what? Pacified towards the old giants. He said, because who fell away in the strength of their foolishness. This is deep. This is deep, man. I don't think we understand this. How did the old giants fall away in the strength of their foolishness? Because the things that these old giants did is what caused them to lose their power, to lose their strength with God. So then they became fools. Okay, go ahead.
Neither spared he the place where Lot sojourned.
Neither spared he the place where Lot sojourned. Sodom and Gomorrah. Adam and Zebulun. God destroyed those 4 places. He destroyed those 4 places because the people was pagan and they was abominable. And God destroyed these places, but he delivered it. He couldn't destroy it because Lot was there. Lot had to get out of there before God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim. And he left back one city called Zoar. That's where he migrated into. And he was commanded not to look back.
Yeah.
His wife and everybody knew not to look back. But you know how Lot felt when he had to leave and leave his wife behind after she done turned into a pillar of salt, which was left for a documentary, which was left for proof. That woman is still in a pillar of salt held over a highway. They showed it. But that's proof that we serve the true God, a true God.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, read.
But abhorred them for their pride.
But abhorred them for their pride. Time sheet.
Verse 9, he pitied not the people of perdition.
Wait a minute. He pitied not the people for perdition. Right? He pitied not the people of perdition. What is perdition? Perdition is a state of punishment that goes on forever. I said this is a punishment. Perdition is a state of punishment that goes on forever. I don't need to be punished forever. And this punishment goes on after death. Okay? It's a state of eternal punishment and damnation into which a sinful, unpenitent person won't repent. He won't repent. He won't consider his fault. He continued to walk in a way that is not acceptable by God. So what do we think? A man that, look at Abraham, who walked humbly before God. He was righteous 1,000% before God. God called him his friend. That's another thing I want to talk to Prince Zakaria. God called him his friend in Chronicles. In the Hebrew, it don't say his friend. In the Hebrew, it says, my love or my beloved. He said, Abraham, my love, my beloved. I said, wow. I said, woo. Compared to a person that lived their life unrighteously, they don't get the same portion.
No.
And there is a recompense for the things that we do in life against God. You're going to pay for it, man. Time sheet.
He pitied not the people of perdition who were taken away in their sin.
He pitied not the people of perdition who was taken away in their iniquities, which means God ain't show these people no mercy, no pity, because they died in their sin. I said they died in their iniquities. Tom sheet.
Nor of the 600,000 footmen who were gathered together in the hardness of their hearts.
Go ahead.
And if there be one stiff neck among the people, it is marvel if he escape.
And if one be stiff-necked, it is marvel if he escaped unpunished, which means he's not going to escape. He said the guilty will not be let free. Go ahead, read.
For mercy and wrath are with him.
Uh-huh.
He is mighty to forgive.
He's mighty to forgive.
And to pour out displeasure.
Pour out displeasure.
As his mercy is great, so is his correction
God.
also.
I said, as God's mercy is great, so is his what? So is his correction. Huh? Tom sheet.
He judges a man according to his works.
He judges a man according to his works. He judges a man according to the things that you do. God's going to judge you according to the things that you do in life, man. That's how God judges us. Tom sheet.
The sinner shall not escape with his spoils.
The sinner shall not escape with his spoils.
And the patience of the godly shall not be frustrated.
Tom sheet.
Make way for every works of mercy.
What verse you at? I see. Go ahead. Tom sheet.
Make way for every work of mercy, for every man shall find according to his works.
Wait, make way for every work of mercy. I'm in Ecclesiastes chapter 16, verse 14, which means that in everything that we get into, have mercy. Be easy. Why are we so merciless? But we want God to show us mercy. But we don't show mercy. We don't show no mercy at all. But we want God to show us mercy. Tom sheet.
The Lord hardened Pharaoh that he should not know him.
He said the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he would not know him. We're dealing with the same God now. So God will harden your heart against doing the things that is lawful and right by God. He will harden your heart against doing good. Why? Because your hands called for it. Pharaoh wanted to release the nation of Israel. Pharaoh wanted to let the nation of Israel go. But God hardened his heart against doing the things that was right. That's when God starts to lead you in the way of iniquity. That's when God puts the bridle in your mouth and guides you towards that wrong path. Go ahead, read.
That his powerful works might be known to the world. Verse 16.
Verse 16.
His mercy is manifest to every creature, and he has separated his light from the darkness with an adamant.
Wait a minute. Yo, man. He said his mercy is manifested to every creature. God is merciful to all. Even the wicked and the evil to the righteous, he still shows mercy.
As his majesty, so is his mercy.
As his majesty is, so is his mercy. I said, his mercy is manifested to every creature.
And he has separated
the light
from the darkness.
Wait a minute. He said God created the light. He said darkness was upon the face of the deep. He said the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. What did God put to separate the light from the darkness. Go ahead. Read
His
it.
light from the darkness with adamant.
An adamant. You know what an adamant is?
Uh-oh.
A rock or a mineral. It's a certain type of mineral.
Uh-oh.
We can't see that metal.
Uh-oh.
I don't know where the metal is, and we can't see it. But this is the glorification, the greatness of my God. When people say ain't got nothing to do with science, God said I done separated darkness from the light with an adamant.
Science what?
He said it's a certain type of mineral, it's a certain type of rock or mineral that God used to put the separation between darkness and light.
You can't see it.
You can't even see it.
You can't see
He
it.
said the earth is set upon pillars.
Foundation.
The pillars of the earth is set upon. But when you look at the movies
You don't see
and
it.
planes, they show just the earth.
When they go in space,
And they don't show the pillars and what the earth is resting on. The earth ain't resting just in mid-space. God set the earth upon two pillars. Let's read it.
Verse 17. Say not thou, I will hide myself from the Lord.
Say not thou, I will hide myself from God. Because whatever you do, God sees it. Whatever you do, God sees it. You can't hide from God. Your correction from God is not happening because we done put distance between you and God by the things that we committed and done with our hands. Okay, go ahead.
I will not hide myself from the Lord. Shall any remember me from above? I shall not be remembered among so many people.
What verse you at?
Bottom of 17.
Time sheet.
For what is my soul among such an infinite number of creatures? Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens, the deep and the earth.
He said the heavens and the heavens and the heavens. Oh, it's more than one heavens. There's levels up there. He said the deep. Anytime they talk about the deep, it's talking about the abyss. That's below sea level. You know, below sea level, you got the springs. You got the springs below sea level that when God flooded the earth, he said he released the waters from above and he opened up the springs below. And flooded the whole earth. Go ahead, read.
And all that therein is shall be moved.
Shall be moved.
When
At
he,
what?
when he shall visit.
When God visit. When God visit, everything moves. Why do you think with God, when the presence of God incinerated that mountain, that was a hell of a sight. A mountain skipping and trembling on fire. The mountain was on fire for such a very long time that sulfur built up upon the mountain.
It's there right now.
It's there right now. Huh? Go ahead, read.
The mountains also and the foundations of the earth shall be shaken with trembling. And the Lord looketh upon them. No heart can think upon these things worthily.
Wait a minute. He said, no heart can think upon these things worthily. Huh? When you think of things in a way that deserves respect, admiration, or support, that's when you think of things worthily. Huh? Go ahead, read.
And who is able to conceive his ways?
Who is able to imagine his ways? Who is able to consider or to think or to explain the ways of God? Certain things are not to be explained because you can't explain it. You won't be able to explain it. So certain things I gotta leave alone. Certain things you ain't gonna get an answer for it. I gotta leave it alone and let it be. Go ahead, read.
Verse 21. It is a tempest which no man can see. For the most part of his works are hidden.
It says it's things that man can't figure out. Man can't sing most of the things you can't figure out. Okay, go ahead. For the most part of his works are hid. Tom sheet.
Who can declare the works of his justice, or who can endure them? For his covenant is afar off, and the trial of all things is in the end.
The trial. Oh my goodness. Wait, read that again, man.
Okay.
Read that again. Listen to this, man.
Who can declare the works of his justice?
Who can declare the works of God's justice? Go ahead.
Or
who can speak on the work of God's justice?
Or who can endure them?
Or who can endure them?
For
I
his
can't. Go ahead.
For his covenant is
For-
far off.
For his covenant is afar off.
And the trial.
And the
of
trial
all things
of all
is
things
in the end.
is in the end. What is the end?
You die.
The end
Your body goes-
is when you die.
Yeah.
Then the trial starts.
That's when the trial starts.
When it all starts. When it all begins.
So when you die, stop telling people that's it.
No.
So that's what
That's not it. That's when the trial ends. That's when the trial starts.
When it all
The
starts.
trial for you starts.
Again.
Guess what? When my trial starts, I gotta be right.
That's right.
So that I don't have no trial.
That's a fact.
So that God don't put me through no trial.
That's right.
Huh?
Right.
Go ahead, read.
He that wanted understanding will think upon vain things.
He that wanted understanding or that lack understanding will think upon vain things. You don't have no understanding. So therefore, your thoughts is going to be off because you don't have no
You're
understanding.
not going to understand.
A person with understanding is not going to think on certain things
Say it again, bro.
because he has understanding.
Sing.
So therefore, certain thoughts is not going to incorporate in my brain. I'm not going to think that way. That's why you look at a person and say, man, he said, how can you, why do you think like that?
Yeah.
Why do you move like that? Why do you think like that? Because he got a heart of, he lacks understanding. What is understanding? To depart from evil.
He doesn't depart.
Yeah.
He doesn't depart from evil. So when you don't depart from evil, people that don't depart from evil think a certain way.
That's right.
People that don't depart from evil move a certain way. People that don't depart from evil act a certain way.
That's right.
They behave a certain way. Because my whole job is to not offend you. My whole job is to not to say things to offend you. My whole job is to scan the congregation. And when I'm scanning the congregation, I know what to say and what not to say. Because sometimes I may say something and I may hurt somebody. I may say something and I might offend somebody. These are things that leaders have to consider. And if you don't consider that, you are not a leader. Those are characteristics of a leader. Hate, covetousness, unjust gain, men of truth. No, don't be partial. Those are ways of a leader. Where we at?
23.
Let's read.
He that wants understanding will think upon vain things,
Uh-huh.
and a foolish man erring, imagining follies.
A foolish man that's erring, he's going to imagine foolish things. You right about that? Go ahead.
My son, hearken unto me and learn knowledge, and mark my words with thy heart. I will show forth doctrine and weight, and declare his knowledge.
I will show forth doctrine in weight. You know what doctrine is? Teachings, learnings. I'm not going to pour everything on you. I'm going to measure it little by little, little by little, line upon line, precept upon precept. Then and only then you will know. Then you may find the going and the coming of the ways of God. The coming and going of God. But you may. It ain't guaranteed that you got it.
Say it again, bro.
You may find it.
Not everybody found it.
You may find it. All according to how determined you is.
That's right. Yeah.
You may find it. Let's read it.
Verse 26.
Uh-huh.
The works of the Lord are done in judgment from the beginning.
The works of God is done in judgment. I said the works of God is done in judgment. Go ahead.
And from the time he made them, he disposed the parts thereof.
From the time he created them, from the time he made them, he disposed the part thereof. Go ahead.
He garnished his works forever,
He garnished his work forever.
and in his hand are the chief of them unto all generations.
Let's read it.
They neither labor
They neither labor
nor are weary,
nor are weary
nor cease from their
nor
work.
cease from their work.
None of them hinder another, and they shall
Go
never
to Jeremiah 3. None of them hindered another, and they shall never disobey his word. After this, the Lord looked upon the earth and filled it with his blessings. With all manner of living things had he covered the face thereof, and they shall return into it again. We all must die. When God returns us back, see, we got to go one day. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 3.
Jeremiah chapter 3.
Yeremiyahu.
They said, if a man put away his wife, and she go from him, and become another man's, shall he return unto her again?
They said, if a man put away his wife, if a man divorce his wife, he said, and what?
And she go from him,
And she leaves.
and become another man.
And become another man.
Shall he return unto her?
Shall he return unto her again?
Shall not the land be greatly polluted?
Shall not that land be greatly polluted? The word for polluted is kanef. It means polluted, profane, or defiled. She's defiled for you.
Right.
Meaning you was married, I divorced you, she go off, went to another man, I can't take her back. I can't take her back. She's defiled for me. Go ahead, read.
But thou hast played the shall that not land be greatly polluted?
Uh-huh.
But thou hast played the harlot with many lovers.
But thou hast played the harlot with many lovers. He's talking about Israel. We have been serving, we have worshipped every god on the face of the earth. Just like now.
Right.
And we think we have to be in the church to worship the JC. We think we have to be in the Muslim mosque to worship JC, to worship Lulu. No, I ain't got to be in none of those places. Or to know what servitude means?
Yeah.
To serve means to comply to the commands or the demands of. So when I comply to the commands and demands of other religions, because this is not a religion, I'm serving their God.
That's right.
So I have to watch my practices.
Say it again.
I got to watch my practices, that my practices is not the same practice as a Christian.
That's right.
I got to watch my practices so that my practice is not the same as a Muslim. I got to watch my practices so that my practices is not the same as a Buddhist. I got to watch my customs. I got to watch my traditions. I got to watch my celebrations. I got to watch all these things so that it doesn't correlate with pagan practices, pagan traditions, so that God don't look at you as the same. So that God don't look at you as the same, and he don't deal with you as the same. Go ahead.
Yet return again to me, saith the Lord. Lift up thine eyes unto the high places and see where thou hast not been lined with.
Lift up thine eyes unto the high places. Right?
See where thou hast not.
Okay. If a man put away his wife and she go from him and become another man, shall he return unto her again? Shall not that land be greatly polluted? But thou hast played the harlot. The word for harlot is zana. Right?
Zona.
Right? Zona. The root word is zana. Right?
That's right.
Zana means to go astray.
Leave all.
Right? To go astray. That is the same word that was used in Judges 19 when they said the wife played the harlot.
Levi's wife, right?
But she didn't have sex with nobody.
She didn't hang out with nobody.
So how did she play the harlot? Why did the book say she played the harlot? Because part of playing the harlot, it also means the Hebrew word zana, it means to go astray. So even though we are married and you go astray from your husband, you played the harlot. Those are the ways of a harlot. Okay? Right. Okay? So now, to go astray, meaning away from Chief Malak. You want to pick them up? Yeah. Pick Abraham Noah up? Yeah. Come in, Mom. Sit.
What you trying to do?
Move your chair. No, move your chair over there. All right. So to go astray means what? Away from the correct path or direction. So when we go astray from God, we have went off from the path and the direction that is accepted by God. Okay? Go ahead, Tom Shee.
Lift up thine eyes unto the high places and see where thou hast not been lined with. In the ways hast thou sat for them, as the Arabian in the wilderness, and thou hast polluted thy land with thy whoredoms and with thy
He said,
wickedness.
lift up thine eyes unto the high places. Right? The high places are what? The high places were places of pagan worship. The high places were places of pagan worship. Okay? Most often built on high hills or mountains and under trees. Okay? Those were the high places that the nation of Israel did. Okay? And see, go ahead, read Tom Shee.
In the ways hast thou sat for them, as the Arabian in the wilderness, and thou hast polluted thy land with whoredoms and with thy wickedness. Therefore, the showers have been withholding.
The showers have been withholding. So guess what? You know what it is when God withhold the showers? He said there was a certain time. It didn't rain on its own.
No.
It was a certain time when
Set.
God allowed, it was a set time,
Set time.
when God allowed it to rain when it was time to rain. Okay? So when it was set, these times, when it was supposed to rain, God held back the rain. He didn't let it rain. Why? Because of our faults before God. Go ahead, read.
And there had been no latter rain.
No latter rain.
Thou hadst a whore's forehead.
Thou hast a whore's forehead. What do you mean by whore's forehead? A whore's forehead describes the shameless apostasy and faithlessness of Israel.
Apostate.
God used the whore's forehead to describe the shameless apostasy and faithlessness of Israel. What is shameless apostasy? Shameless apostasy means refusing to continue to follow, obey, or recognize the way of life, the way that God has prescribed for us to live by. All right? It also means defection. Defection means to leave all from God.
I don't do that no more.
Okay?
Don't do that no more.
Go ahead, Tom Shee.
Thou refuses to be ashamed.
God refuses to be ashamed.
Wilt thou
Ashamed, kalam, means it's when you're ashamed, it's when you feel embarrassed or guilty because of something they did or done or because of their appearance. So you gotta feel embarrassed or guilty of the things that you have done.
Right.
You have to feel ashamed or embarrassed of the things that you have done so that you don't repeat it. Okay? So go ahead, Tom Shee.
Wilt thou not from this time cry unto me, my father? Thou art the God of my youth.
Wilt thou not at all cry unto me? Thou what?
My father.
My
thou
father.
art the God of my youth.
Thou art the guide of my youth. So when we're serving God, you need a guide. You need a guide. You need someone to show you the way of righteousness. Okay? So now, when you have this guide, the guide got to be leading in righteousness for you to consider this guide, for you to follow this guide. Go ahead, Tom Shee.
Will he reserve his anger forever?
Will he reserve his anger forever?
Will he keep
He
his
says,
hand?
God going to continue to be angry with us? Huh? Go ahead.
Behold, thou hast spoken and done evil things.
Thou hast spoken and done evil
as
things.
thou couldest.
And what verse we at?
Verse 6.
Verse 6. Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 6. The Lord said unto me in the days of Josiah, the king.
Hast thou seen that backsliding Israel had done,
She
is going up upon every high mountain.
She's going up upon every high mountain
And under every green tree.
and every green tree.
And there had played the harlot.
And there had played the harlot.
And I said, after she had done all these things, turn thou unto me.
Turn thou unto me. After we came up short with God, God came. He said, Israel. He said, return. Come on back. He said, I will still take you back. I will still accept you. Return. That was the mercy of God speaking. That's the pity and the mercy and the compassion of God speaking. So, what is mercy? What does mercy mean? Sorrowful or feeling pity for a person. Compassion. Okay, go ahead, read.
But she returned not.
She ain't returned.
And her treacherous sister,
Judah
saw it.
What?
Saw it.
She saw it.
And I saw, when for all the causes whereby backsliding Israel committed adultery, I had put her away and given her a bill of divorcement. Yet her treacherous sister Judah feared not, but went and played the harlot also.
Played the harlot also. She went following. Go ahead.
And it came to pass, through the likeness of a whoredom.
Wait a minute. Through the likeness of a whoredom. The word for likeness is called uflamet. The likeness of her whoredom. When it says the likeness of her whoredom, we're not talking about the whoredom of women. We're talking about the whoredom of these God-forsaken men. Because that's who started the whoredom in Israel. We, the men, started everything. We started everything. But then we want to blame the children. We want to blame women. No, won't blame yourself. We said it all. So because we said it all, everything else followed through. But we want to point the finger at everybody else. No, blame yourself, men. Blame yourself. So the likeness of her whoredom, of your whoredom, it means frivolous. Frivolous means what? Self-indulgence. We know what self-indulgence is. Self-indulgence is characterized by doing exactly what one wants and not considering what God wants. You ain't considering what God wants. I'm only considering my feelings, my emotions, and how I feel concerning the situation. But I take God's law and I throw it out the window and I stand on my own feelings. And I stand on my emotions and how I feel. When we need to crush that. We got to learn to crush that for the sake of God. We got to learn to crush that for the sake of the laws, for the sake of fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God. Because like I said, the trial of all men and women begins, is at their end. Is at your end of times. When is our end of times? Our end of times is when we die. That's when the trial begins for you. And guess what? When my trial starts, I need to be right with God. I need to be correct with God. I need to be right. Because I don't want to die in my iniquities. I don't want to die in my sins. Let's read it.
Verse 9.
Verse 9.
And it came to pass through the likeness of her whoredom that she defiled the land.
She defiled the land.
She committed adultery with stones.
Committed adultery with stones.
And with stocks.
She started worshiping idols and deities, stocks of wood and stones. Worshipped everything in the face of the planet. Go ahead, read.
And yet, for all this, her treacherous sister Judah had not turned unto me with her whole heart, but faintly saith the Lord.
But faintly, in deception, she followed. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto me, the backsliding Israel had justified herself.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He said, backsliding Israel has justified himself. When we justify ourselves, that's called self-justification. Justify means what? Is when you give a good reason
for sinning,
for violating God's law. You justify your wrongdoing without accepting the fact that you was wrong. Without accepting the fact that you was wrong. Self-justification describes how when a person encounters cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is the discomfort a person feels when their behavior does not align. It don't match up with their values or belief. Oh my God. We talk all this holiness and righteousness, but your behavior don't align with what you're talking about. The way the behavior and the things that you do in life don't align with what you're talking about. So why we continue to talk bad about this one to this one? Why am I whispering things about this one to him? Why am I whispering things about this one to this one? When if I feel a certain way, I should go to the brother. Excuse me, brother, can I talk to you for a minute? Squash it. That's it. We shouldn't be whispering. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? And that's why there's so much dispersion and separation amongst ourselves. Because nobody upholds the ways of God. Nobody upholds the things that God says.
That camp against that camp.
Why? But I'm going to tell you why.
Tell me why.
You know what's causing us to do these things?
Bring it out.
Because we have a breach in our spirit. You know what a breach in your spirit is? The breach in our spirit is the opening. And what causes us to have an opening in our spirit is sin. When we sin, there's the opening, which allows us to accept things that's ungodly, which allows us to walk in an ungodly way because we are already doing things that's ungodly by what God said. Okay? Cognitive dissonance is the discomfort a person feels when their behavior does not align with their value or beliefs. It's a psychological phenomenon that occurs when a person holds two contradictory beliefs at the same time. That's why when you come to God, I got to drop everything in my past. I said, I got to drop everything that I learned and realize that everything that I was taught before I came into this was false. All right? It said, or a situation in which a person's behavior is inconsistent with their beliefs. That's called hypocrisy. That's called being a hypocrite. I serve God. I do these laws. I do that, but you're doing contrary from what you're saying.
That's right.
From what you're learning. That person tends to justify the behavior and deny any negative feedback associated with their behavior. Okay? Where we at? Verse 12, right? Go ahead, Tom sheet.
And El Shaddai said unto me, the backsliding Israel had justified herself more than treacherous Judah. Go and proclaim these words toward the north.
Go and proclaim these words towards the north.
And say,
return
thou backsliding Israel, saith the Lord. And I will not cause mine anger to fall upon you. For I am merciful, saith the Lord. And I will not keep anger forever.
I ain't going to stay angry with you forever. He said, you don't see how God is talking to us? God is speaking to us like a father to his child. A parent. Do a parent stay angry with their kids forever? There is a time of repentance for the child when the child can humble himself or herself to their parent, acknowledge their fault, and the father gonna say, don't worry, son. Come on over here. I love you. Don't do that again. I'm not angry with you. I just don't want you to continue living your life or doing things that's not right. That's the desire of parents. They want their child to do things or to live their life rightfully according to the ways of God. But when we do things contrary, then what? I'm going to get angry. I'm going to get tight. Go ahead, Tom sheet.
Only acknowledge thy iniquity.
Only acknowledge thine iniquity.
That thou hast transgressed against the
That
Lord
thou hast transgressed against the Lord thy God. Acknowledge your faults. Acknowledge when you have done something wrong. Acknowledge when you have violated. Acknowledge that. And once you are able to acknowledge your fault with God, now I can make some changes. Right. Now I can be better. Okay. That's why God went to Cain and said, Cain, anger. Cain, he was angry with God. And his countenance dropped. Why? Because God didn't accept him. Whatever Cain did, it moved God to not accept Cain. But he accepted Abel's offering. So Cain was sad, like a parent to a child again. My mother's angry with me. I'm not happy. I'm sad. And it's my job to get back in favor with my mother. It's my job to get back in favor with my mother because that's a part of honor. That's a part of honor. I'm not, my mother mad. I'm not going to be mad. We both can't be angry. She could be angry.
Right.
But if I'm angry with her, now God's going to write me down in this book and say, I am dishonoring my parent.
Can't imagine.
Okay? Go ahead, read it.
Backsliding Israel had justified herself.
Backsliding Israel has justified himself.
More than treacherous Judah.
Uh-huh.
Go and proclaim these words toward the north and
Uh-huh.
say, return thou backsliding Israel,
Mhm.
saith the Lord, and I will not cause mine anger to fall upon you.
Mm-hmm.
For I am merciful, saith the
Mhm.
Lord, and I will not keep anger forever. Only
You know
acknowledge.
what the word backsliding in Hebrew is? The word for backsliding is shobab. Shin kolam beit beit. It means disobedient. It means vicious, immoral character.
All the time.
That's right. Go ahead, read.
For I am merciful, saith the Lord,
Uh-huh.
and I will not keep anger forever.
Uh-huh.
Only acknowledge thine iniquity,
Only acknowledge your fault.
That
Only
God-
acknowledge your iniquity.
that thou hast transgressed
That
against the
thou
Lord thy
hast
God,
transgressed against the Lord thy God.
and hast scattered thy ways to the
And hast
strangers
scattered thy ways to the strangers.
under every green tree.
Under every green tree.
And ye have not obeyed my
And
voice.
ye
saith
have
the
not
Lord.
obeyed my voice, saith the Lord.
Turn, O backsliding children, saith
Turn,
the
O
Lord,
backsliding children.
for I am married unto
For I
you,
am married unto you.
and I will take you
Huh?
one of a city,
One of a city,
and two of a family,
two of a family.
and I will bring you to Zion,
And I will bring you to Zion.
and I will give you pasture.
Now, a brother asked, he said, why do the men cover their heads when they pray? He said, do you think that is a Christian way? Those are ordinances and customs of the Christian? I said, no. I said, you know why? I said, because in the time of the kings in Samuel,
Yeah.
1 Samuel, King David went up to Mount Olivet to worship. And when he was going up unto Mount Olivet to worship, he covered his head and his men covered their head.
Yes, they follow the covenant.
Amen. Amen.
That's why. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
I will give you pastors according to mine heart, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. And it shall come to pass when ye be multiplied and increased in the land, in those days, saith the Lord, they shall say no more, the ark of the covenant of the Lord. Neither shall it come to mind, neither shall they remember it, neither shall they visit it, neither shall that be done anymore. At that time, 17, verse 17. At that time, they shall call Jerusalem the throne of the Lord, and all the nations shall be gathered unto it, to the name of the Lord, to Jerusalem. Neither shall they walk any more after the imagination of their evil heart. In those days, the house of Judah shall walk with the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north to the land that I have given for an inheritance.
Well, I said that because at that point in time in history where God separated us.
Yes.
He put a split. He put a diversion, a split, a separation between Israel, within the nation. But God split the nation after the death of King Solomon for only because of King David, for the sake of his father. But after King Solomon died, God split the kingdom. Now you have Rehoboam and Jeroboam. One had Israel, one had Judah. It was a heavy separation.
Jeroboam got anointed. He chased
Tom Sheep.
But I said, how shall I put thee among the children and give thee a pleasant land, a goodly heritage of the hosts of nations? And I said, thou shalt call me my father.
Thou shalt call me my father.
And shall not turn away
And
from
shall
me.
not turn away from me.
Surely as a wife
treacherously departed from her husband.
So have you dealt
So have ye
treacherously
dealt
with me,
treacherously with me.
O house of Israel.
So now let's get it right now. God speaks about the wife treacherously departed from her husband, and he also speaks about the man dealing treacherous with his wife.
This go both ways, huh?
Both ways. The same way a wife could deal treacherously with her husband, there is a way that a husband can deal treacherously with his wife.
Love each other, man.
Okay? Don't just emphasize, we like to emphasize on just one particular meaning on one thing, but we don't emphasize on the whole thing. Okay? Go ahead, read.
A voice was heard upon the high places,
Uh-huh.
weeping and supplications of the children of Israel.
Uh-huh.
For they have perverted their way, and they have forgotten the Lord their God.
Forgotten the Lord their God.
Return ye backsliding children.
Return ye backsliding children.
And I will heal your backsliding.
And I will heal your backsliding. When God heals you, he makes you whole. Huh? When God heals you, he makes you whole. When God heals you, it means to restore to the original purity or to restore you back to God. Bring restoration back to the Creator. Huh? Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Behold, we come unto thee, for thou art the Lord our God. Truly in vain is salvation hoped from the hills and from the multitude of mountains. Truly in the Lord our God is the salvation of Israel. For shame had devoured the labor of our fathers from our youth.
Right.
Their flocks and their herds, their sons and their daughters. We lie down in our shame, and our confusion covereth us. For we have sinned against the Lord our God, we and our fathers, from our youth, even unto this day, and have not obeyed the voice of the Lord our God.
That's it. Go to Psalms. Psalms chapter 1. No, go to Psalms. Go to Psalms 81.
Psalms chapter 81.
Go to 82.
Psalms chapter 82.
Yeah, 82. Psalms 82. I'm going to close out with that. Got it?
Yeah. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. In the Hebrew, it said God standeth in the congregation of who? Elohim.
Uh-oh.
Now, Elohim is used to describe God according to the passage that we read. And Elohim also can be used to describe men. Okay? It also means judges. Okay? Tom Sheep.
He judged among the
gods.
gods.
Among the gods.
How long will ye judge unjustly?
How long will ye judge unjustly? Huh? How long we're going to judge certain situations being partial?
It's not right.
How long are we going to judge certain situations choosing sides? Being partial. How long are we going to continue to do these things? Showing favoritism. How long? When are we going to judge matters according to the way that God said for us to judge these matters? Tom Sheep.
And accept the persons of the wicked.
And accept the person of the wicked. Which means I got to watch who I accept. I got to watch who I accept. Because I cannot accept people that's against God. Okay, go ahead.
And accept the persons of the wicked. Defend the poor and the fatherless.
Defend the poor and the fatherless.
Do justice to the afflicted and needy.
Do justice to the afflicted and needy.
Deliver the poor and needy.
Deliver the poor and needy.
Rid them out of the hand of the wicked.
Rid them out of the hand of the wicked.
They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High.
Unjustly. The word for unjustly is awel, right? Awel, unjustly, is in a manner that is not in accordance with what is right and fair by God. That is not right or fair by you don't count. Whatever you consider right and fair, God may not consider it right and fair. We have to judge matters according to how God said and what God said is right and fair, so that we can be accepted of God. So now, to be accepted, the Hebrew word for accepted is nasah, means to be partial means and accept the persons of the wicked means to be partial. Don't be partial. To show favor, right, to one person more than the other. Okay, go ahead and read.
I have said you are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High.
To accept also means to give admittance. To give admittance or approval to. To regard. A feeling of respect and affection for. Tender affection for what you are attached to that you can't let go of. We got to be careful because we accept things that God don't accept. And we join ourselves to things that God don't accept. But God also spoke about the poor of my people. So the only thing I would do to the poor that's out there is feed them. But I don't give them no money. I don't give them no money. Why? Because if I give you money, I strengthen the hands of the wicked. But God said, feed them. And I will heap hot coals upon their heads. So I want money. I don't got no money for you, but if you want some food, I'll buy you some food. All right, go ahead and read.
I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of... Verse 6.
Okay. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundation of the earth are out of course. The word for darkness is kasheka. Kasheka means obscurity. Obscurity means lacking showiness or prominence. Showiness is when you try to be noticed or to attract a lot of attention. The foundation of the earth is in calamity. When does the foundation of the earth? It's like this. It's out of course. Earthquakes. When it starts to tremble and shake, tremings and all these things starts to happen. So tornadoes and all these things shows that things is not in this proper perspective.
Everything is off.
Everything's off. Go ahead, read.
I have said, ye are gods.
Ye are gods.
And all of you are children of the Most High.
And all of you are children of the Most High.
But ye shall die
like men.
And fall like one of the princes.
Fall like one of the princes.
Arise, O God, judge the earth, but thou shalt inherit all nations.
And with that, I already got what's bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. And
I'm going to call it the next speaker, Teacher D. Cheat me down. Good luck.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect, chiefmen, princemen, brothers, mothers in Israel, visitors. I bid you out of the tongue of all forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
At this time, I would like for everybody to rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God.
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
That brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
Out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Or any likeness of anything.
Or any likeness of anything.
That is in heaven above.
That is in heaven above.
That is in the earth beneath.
That is in the earth beneath.
That is in the water under the earth.
That is the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
Nor serve them.
Nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Upon the children.
Upon the children.
Unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
Unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me.
And keep my commandments.
And keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day.
Remember the Sabbath day.
To keep it holy.
To keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor.
6 days shalt thou labor.
And do all thy work.
And do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh day
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy
nor
cattle,
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in the
the
midst,
sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet. The mountain smoking, and when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his spare may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. We're going to move straight ahead to the Numbers chapter 11.
Numbers.
This is the period when we was in the wilderness. We didn't get the land yet. This was a trial period. They say they have a saying that say you don't know a person unless you live with them, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Oh, yeah.
God ain't gonna live with these people, but he hosts with them. He said, there's a time when I walked among you. Okay? So I had to get to know you, and you got to get to know me.
Right.
That's what all of that was about in the wilderness. They didn't know God. We are still learning.
Right.
Look, the smartest teacher in the law is still learning.
That's a fact. That's a whole fact.
We're coming from being scattered everywhere, following everybody's people and everybody else's laws and everybody else's gods. You know how long that's been going on? For centuries, thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And as these years went by, humans, inclined themselves towards wickedness more than righteousness. Now we're coming back. People are realizing who the true and living God is.
Right.
It's easy, okay? You know what? There's no doubt in my mind. The Most High God is the only God, the true God. But now I got to learn what he requires of me. That's what the whole life that he gave me has to be based upon. Michael Jordan was a great basketball player, right?
Right.
What made him great? He practiced every day. Every day. Every day. Every day you must read. Every day your children must read. So you gotta say an hour or two.
Talk about it.
We give everything else time,
Right. Talk about it.
right? Even on the job, lunchtime, you can read. Okay? You in the streets, you gotta bring your phone. Instead of being on Snapchat and all of that, I don't mess with none of that. I'm not gonna have a social media mind. A social media mind is the mind of the world. And God said, woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Thus said the Lord God, my right hand shall not spare the sinners. I'm not going to let sinners go. You sin against these commandments, whether you know them or not, it's over. Like my Abba said, I used to tell my Abba, well, I didn't know. He said, well, you should have known.
You should have known. That's all she did.
From young,
Forget is
you know,
wicked.
you're young, you don't understand how I should have known if I didn't know. But as you get older, yeah, I'm responsible for knowing. I'm responsible for doing. To forget is what?
It's
Wicked.
King David said, I have a wicked day.
I have not wickedly forgotten thy commandments, thy laws. So whatever I forget about God is wicked. They didn't forget.
They didn't forget.
No. Look, they didn't
God-
forget.
God
Abraham didn't forget.
God was going to kill Moses.
That's right.
He forgot.
Got the circumcised.
And he was busy doing things, but God said, but still, I go through that. Come here, boy.
That's right.
At the end of the 40-year journey in the wilderness, all the children, the males, were not circumcised.
That's right.
It's crazy.
That's right.
Joshua had to do it in the land.
Joshua
That's right.
had to circumcise
Circumcised.
all of them.
Everybody.
Now you see why they died in the wilderness.
That's why they died. And we say, yo, you see, all of you
He
alive,
wasn't doing no wrong.
all of you alive, you're alive because you stuck to me. You cleave to the Lord. He said, all the ones that cleave to Baal Peor, that join to now, how you cleave and how do you join to someone or to God or to an idol? Because you can cleave to an idol, you can cleave to God, and you can also join with people or someone or an organization. You know how you join? You follow the rules.
Right.
That's it. You don't have to stand on your head. You don't have to do nothing incredible. You don't have to say a prayer. You don't have to do nothing. Follow Abraham. God gave Abraham the order. He went, immediately did it. Know why you immediately go do it? So you don't forget.
That's right.
I got myself into the habit, right? Sometimes my email would say, hey, you ain't got to go now. You know what I tell myself? You got to go now. I used to say, okay. And then what happened? Because she gave me the option, right? But I slacked on it. I forgot. Wow, I was supposed to think of that. I forgot. And she looked at me, she said, yeah, see, you forgot. So I said, you know what? I'm not taking those options no more. So I don't forget. So I'd rather go do it now. Get it? No, not get it out the way. Fulfill the commandment of your mother. Get it out the way means, yeah, let me get this out the way because it's in my way. Her commandment is not in my way. I got what you're saying, but those terms, you can't use these terms here.
Your parents.
It's not your parents. It's different. I'll do it. You know what? All right, bro, I'm going to do what you say just to get you out the way. My brother, my sister, my friend, this person, that person, with a different mindset when it comes to God and your parents. And why we talk about this so much? Because if you can't serve God, you can't serve your parents. And if you can't serve your parents, you're not going to do none of these commandments. You're not going to do these commandments. Because you don't have, it takes honor. It takes 100% honor. Honor comes in work, in deed, in service. Okay? Let's go. Numbers chapter 11.
Numbers chapter.
Oh, one more thing. We are not supposed to celebrate the same days the world celebrates. I don't want to say nothing else. We ain't going to talk about it. If we are holy and we are God's children, we pop a lot of junk. Israelites are the most complicated people in the world because we know the right things to do and refuse to do them. That's why God said, yo, if I went to anybody else, they would have listened. You guys, what's up with you? Why we don't listen? Why are you so stubborn? You stubborn against everything that's right because you're cut off. The doings of your works is making you cut off. You're not going to get this. When you hear this, man, I don't believe that. I don't think that one.
Cut off's on the serious.
You never study. You don't keep your head in the book. You don't do what you know. But you're going to tell people who study, who do what they know. Watch yourself. Because we can only say what God said. It's not my words, man. I don't have the mind to make up this stuff. These laws are incredibly amazing to me because it's like a land that was never inhabited. It's new territory for me, man. And it's gonna make me feel better knowing that God is pleased with. I'm going to get to the point where I know God is pleased with me. I don't need sacrifices for it.
No.
I watch how things go down. Watch how things go down. Certain, wow, I could have got hit by that car.
That's right.
But he got hit. I was there first. Let me get more right. God is showing me on the right path, but I need to improve.
That's right.
That's all. Look at the things that happen in life. Before you blame yourself. Why did this happen to me? I'm not right with God. That's why he allowed this to stir up and this person to come at me.
Right.
God does that. He stirs up. He hardens people. If he hardened his heart, if he hardened people's heart against following and serving him, you know what that means, right?
Black party.
You know what that means, right? Whatever reason to get you to stop serving God, even if you got to blame me. Yeah. Because we blame each other. I don't go to that camp no more. I don't go here no more because of that. Now. That don't mean you don't go nowhere.
Right.
Certain brothers like, hey man, I said, well, you wasn't here. You wasn't here with us this week. Did you go? Yeah, I went. Okay, cool. I don't care where you go, long as you made a holy convocation.
Right.
We are not the church.
That's right.
We act like it. This camp, talk about that camp. You got people going all over the place. Rumors, spreading rumors, not telling the truth.
Right.
And then people who are in charge of handling justice are not handling it. Like Shishama said, impartial. God of favoritism. That this brother hold me down. You know, I don't got that much. He be looking out for me. That's a bribe. You can't take that money if you are in charge of handling matters for people. That makes you a judge. Once they start to say, look, man, Chief Shama, man, this guy did this. He came in the house with me. He got mad. We had a fight. And he broke my stuff. But that's your man. What you supposed to tell him is, hey, you broke his stuff. You got to pay that back.
Say it again. Facts.
You can't be going. You can't be breaking and destroying
Like you
property.
You want your head bust.
You can't set it on fire. You can't move the landmark. You can't come in my house and well, you know what? I want this for collateral. Give me that. You can't do these things. You can't come and look. You can't look at my wife. You can't desire my wife in your heart. You can't desire my house in your heart because covet goes down in the heart. Don't say it. You secretly desire something that you ain't got no business desiring. And that's why God separated. He said, man, they too filthy, man. I love them, but they're too filthy. In their ways, I'm holy. They not holy. We have to be holy. Holy beings praise thee daily. First, you have to be holy. Look, if you ain't holy, he ain't hearing them praise. They're going on deaf ears. I'm letting y'all know that right now. This is not an idol. This is not Jakey. This is not Boo Boo. This is not none of them dudes, man. Okay? Because you can say what you want and how you want and do your thing, not with the Most High God. Watch what you got in your heart. Watch the hatred you have for another person. Ask yourself, why do I hate her? Why do I hate him? Ask yourself that and be truthful with the answer. If there's something that could be rectified, come humble. You want humbleness, you got to give it.
Stop being emotional.
Yo, for righteousness cause, let's go settle this out. We got to make a show for everybody.
Right.
Because everybody like making shows.
That's right.
We ain't on the stage. We're not rappers.
Listen.
This is not this. You on the show. You performing in front of God. But you thinking about who in front of you, but you're not thinking about God.
Yeah.
Turn sheet.
Numbers chapter 11. And when the people complained, it displeased the Lord.
Why? Why it displeased God?
And the Lord heard it, and his anger was kindled.
Why it displeased him? Because you're not satisfied with how God doing things. You're speaking against authority now. A decree came down, and you like, yo, man, why you did that? Come on, man, that's too much. Yeah, complaining. You don't complain to God. You don't complain about God or to God. You entreat his favor. That's where they messed up at. See, God got to see what kind of people they are. All right, because Jake followers, when they're ready, they curse Jake too. Yeah, all those followers of idols, when they don't get their way, they curse their idol. Trust me on that. I know. They even make jokes about it. I've seen it in movies. Okay, because what? This is for me. This idol was made for me to be the way I want to be. The idol was made for people to keep the lust of their own hearts and grow, and they're blocked off from God for that. So we got to watch that, man. Watch what you don't agree with, what you don't like, what you complain about, because you may be doing it towards the Most High God. It said, and it displeased the Lord. He wasn't pleased with their complaining. If I'm in your house and I don't like what's going on, what am I doing complaining? Why am I telling this brother what's going on in your house? And I'm not, no, right or wrong. I'm not supposed to do that. Okay? You know what I gotta do? I gotta get off my own rump and go get my own. Stop being a heathen. Want to be all up and these people, they stayed in their house. They had their house. And look, and when I get a visitor, this is the way to East. Nighttime come, you ain't going nowhere. You gotta stay here, man. No, don't go out there, man. They be shooting out there, man. They don't know you in this neighborhood. They might try you, and we may have to come outside. And when they see, oh wow, oh man, we messed up. It's them. You know how it is around here. All facts. Okay, we put pressure around here. All facts. Right? They see us get barked on by our father and mother, and we still ruthless and war out here. It's a different thing out here. We the Maccabees for real over here. The last line of defense of righteousness. Okay? That's what Muhammad made this house.
This right here.
Patterned after the Maccabees
This
in the
right
book of the
here.
Apocrypha. If nobody else gonna do the law, it's gonna be done here.
Yeah.
I forced myself to do it. Okay? Tongue sheet.
And the fire of the Lord burnt among them and consumed them that were in the uttermost part of the camp.
The part of the camp where they were the deepest, where it was most of them, man. You see, you know what? Fireball. That's a fireball from heaven. Fire, back then, fire used to come down from God on the regular. Remember the continual burnt offering in the tabernacle and then in the temple. Every time the offering goes up, it is accepted by fire. We're going to read about it. The dedication of Solomon's prayer. Okay? We're going to read about that. And there's a fire up there burning right now. Okay? That's the one thing, man. Back then, they were so close to God. Yo, man. The way you ever hear about God sending fire to burn among anybody else except children of Israel? Did he do that to the Greeks? No. Did he do that to the Romans?
No nation.
He did that to them. But they knew better. You hear me? They knew better. And I made a promise to your father. Okay, me and your father had a deal. And I'm going to tell you how your father got down. His name is Abraham. He followed all my laws. He followed all my commandments. He followed my charge. You know what charge is? That charge is not in the commandments. It's personal.
Go kill your son.
That was a charge. Saul, I want you to go and wipe out the Amalekites. That's a charge. Because it's not in the commandments of the laws for us to do that. That was personally for you. So he had the commandments, the general laws and commandments, right? And then he had personal. Who else has that? The parents. I tell my son, I teach my son the law, teach my daughter the law, and then I got certain things that I don't want them doing. It's a certain mannerism I don't want you doing, daughter. I don't want you interrupting men in their speech. There's too many men that's in the room. You get out. If you got to go in that room and there's too many men, go to your brother. Go to another sister. Go get Ima to be allowed. This is the mannerism. So you don't be looked at as a whore, because all of those things are whore characteristics.
That's right.
Men too.
That's a fact.
We have whoremonger characteristics.
Started it, bro.
Yeah. That's why you got to stay away from certain people, places, and things. That's what they call what in school? Nouns. People, places, and things. You got to stay away from them if you want the Spirit of God. Men, stay away from certain places. Okay? We ain't got to go into all of that. All right? Stay away from certain people because you get weak around them. You are unstable as water. You can't control your hormones. Okay? Stay away from them. You ain't got to pay them. You ain't got to touch them. Leave them alone. Give yourself a breakdown. You had enough in your lifetime. You corrupted yourself in your lifetime. You got come clean so many times. Leave it alone.
Lock them out the DM.
Leave all of that alone. Yeah, yo, you got to.
It goes down in the DM.
Please can stay out that DM, man. It gets you in trouble, man. Sneaky link. Yeah.
Break up marriages.
Yeah. Sneaky link. That's yo, man. That's whoredom at its highest now. Man, leave all of that alone, man. Your time is worrying about girls more than God. That's where we mess up at. Too lustful, too freaky. You gotta have every day. You think they did it every day? You think Abraham and Sarah did it every day? Well, Abraham, come on now. You gotta do it again. It's the second time today. No, they don't get down like that, man. We have laws for not being promiscuous, men and women. That's why you have to be married when you want to have a baby.
I want it every night, Abraham.
Nah, man. Hold up, man. They didn't get like that. The woman ain't getting. Look, she said, "Oh, now he gonna come to me because I got band drinks." She ain't been coming there, and she wasn't stressing him.
That's right.
Why you don't come see me? Why you don't come to my tent? Man, I was there last night. Remember this? Yo. Certain familiarity with our woman and certain familiarity with your man, they didn't have.
That's a
It
fact.
wasn't in their face, breathing in their face. They didn't wake up breathing in their face all the time. That's why I miss you. That's why I miss you so much, girl. That's why when I see you, look, every walk you take, you should be paid for. Why? Because I miss you. You gotta make me miss you. I gotta make you miss me. We didn't sleep together. We had man tents. Yeah. Jacob had his own tent, and his wives had their own tent.
I watched my father do that. That's why I did it.
I watched my father separate.
That's why I did it.
They said, "Yo, I have my own bedroom."
I ain't got no problem.
And my have her own bedroom.
That's a fact.
And it ain't spoiled the marriage. It made it stronger.
Made it stronger.
It made it
Now
stronger.
she miss you every day.
She didn't get mad at him. Look,
Now she miss you every day.
sometimes I would say, man, I'm going to go inside your mother room. I don't want to be with you guys. And you go in my email room and chill in my email. Leave us out here. Sometimes my email come in there and she give me a look. I'll be like, okay, I'll be right back. But where you going? Email here. And walk out and email come sit on her bed. Sit on his bed. I don't sit on my mother's bed. I don't even sit on my father. We don't sit on the right. They sit on each other's bed. That's it. It's a certain mannerism. There's a lot of things in this book. If you just give it a chance and try it, and don't deny to be the way God wants you to be. That's all, man. Don't deny the way God wants you to be. First of all, for right now, at this present time in your life, everything that you know to be correct and right by God, start doing it. Don't start and stop. Stop that process. Start and stop. Because every time you start and stop, you go back to default.
Go back.
With the starting that you did, that you did for a year, don't count no more. Yes, and it's Ezekiel. He said, once you sin, look, all the goodness that you have done, don't count.
It's a start over.
We ain't bringing the good stuff up no more.
It's a start
Because he
over.
bad now.
You gotta start over.
And he said, and if he good and he righteous, we ain't gonna bring up the stuff we used to do. He used to be a bad dude. He used to do some horrendous stuff, but we can't bring that up now. And that's what you call fair and equal. And God teaches us how to be fair and equal.
Right.
Fair and equal is righteousness.
That's right.
Because when you're treated unfair, does it feel good? No. Look at the young man. No, it don't feel good when you feel like you're being treated wrong, right? Okay. That's everybody. Nobody's going to go anywhere where they don't feel wanted. Or they feel like, well, I get the cold shoulder over here. You're not going to do that. Okay? That's why God had mercy. God could have said, you know what, God, these people ain't going to listen from the first bad out. He said, get up out of here. He didn't cold shoulder them. Sometimes we gotta tolerate each other. You know that? Y'all know that? Sometimes I tolerate you. I don't say nothing. I don't let it get to me. But I tolerate you. So I did this one thing here, and you want to kill me now. That's no mercy.
Right.
We can't be like this with each other, man. We more ferocious with each other than we are with sin and wickedness. It said run from sin, get angry at it, deny it. We deny each other, we run from each other. Come on, man. Time sheet.
And the people cried unto Moses. And when Moses prayed unto the Lord, the fire was quenched.
Now, the whole time that was going on, they was getting hit up. Moses, the interceder, the intermediate, the middleman. Because of his position, he can pray for the people. I can't pray for y'all. I'm just a teacher. I'm not a leader like Moses of the nation.
You're not in that position.
I haven't been appointed by God for this job.
You're not in that position.
I don't have enough juice in my spirit to petition God for millions of people. Moses was a bad dude, man. Bad dude, man. He went up to God, man. He said, look, man, I'm going to go see God. What y'all did was a great sin. Yo, what y'all did was heavy, man. He told you, no gods of silver, no gods of gold. And 30 minutes later, you guys make it. At his holy mountain. He had to hurry up and get down there quickly before God destroyed him up. So what he did, you know what? I don't want God to do it. So guess what? Sons of Levi, assemble to me. All those that are right on God's side, assemble to me. If you on God's side, assemble to me. And so all the sons of Levi pulled up. That means they wasn't down with that stuff. That means they separated themselves. So there's times when you're going to be around rituals that Israelites do. Rituals. We don't do rituals. The Levites did not get taught rituals by God. They got taught offerings.
That's right.
A ritual is a procedure or a course done by the ungodly or religion. Okay? So watch it. A word, I'm starting to hear words that are not supposed to be used in our nation. Okay? Certain word, that word, ritual, worship of another god or a demon.
That's right.
Plain and simple.
Yeah.
All religion is symbolism. Sun worship, sun god, moon god, sun.
Right.
The devil, Lucifer, Satan, he's behind it. That's right. Anything to get you to stop serving God.
That's right.
I know what to tell these people. They're gonna go for that. Oh, them, they're not gonna go for that, so I know I can get them over here. He know how to get you. That's why you gotta do these commandments so you can guard yourself.
Well, the book you sent the woman at us.
You know how to get them.
Sent the bops.
They like the woman. They like them women.
We gonna push
And that woman show their stuff. So you see what you're getting before you get it. You gotta act quick. This is fast food. This is what you call fast food. That's what got them. Fast food.
We jumped on it.
And we jumped on it because it's fast food. They jumped on it. They ain't married none of them. They went over and ate of the sacrifice. There was a party going on, the Baal Pure, okay? That's what it was. There's a party going on. And the woman, no man came. The woman came and called the men out. And a lot of those men went. A lot of those men went. And then one guy brought one back into the ranks before Moses and Aaron. While you have people weeping and praying at the door of the tabernacle before God. This is close proximity. Okay? You had some audacity. It was one thing when you went out there, right? But you brought it in.
Be them leaders.
You know what he brought in? The woman.
Be the chief man.
Cosby.
Yeah, be the chief man.
Right? The daughter of a chief. You know what that means? Chief man, daughter of a chief. That was arranged. A lot of marriages were arranged.
So he had to.
And then he went into the tent to do what he do. We know what he went to do. What he went to do with that woman is worship, right? These acts, these horrendous sexual acts are worship of Baal Peor, of Ashtoreth, of all those crazy idol names you hear in here. The people serve and worship them by doing oral sex, group sex, masturbations, toys, and that sort. It is worship. When you perform those acts, you worship Baal Peor. Okay? All right? Leave that stuff alone. Okay? No oral sex. You think they did that? Do you think the holy ones did that? You stop playing, man. You think Sarah did that, man?
You don't know.
What you? No. Don't say that, brother. Don't ever say that again. You don't ever say that again. I have to reprimand you right then and there. I'm talking about Mother Sarah. Mother Sarah and Abraham, who did all of God's laws. They didn't do none of that. When they got in the blue room, it was to have a baby.
That's right.
I know that for a fact. They didn't do these things.
You research those things.
We researched it.
See where they come from.
We researched it. We researched all these idols and how the people served their idols. And then we found out where birthdays come from. And then we found out what candles are for. And then we found out a whole bunch of things why people bald their head, worship to Julius Caesar. Everybody who cut their head is a Caesar. What's his name after? Julius Caesar. You are a Greek. Learn to follow the instructions. You guys are just coming in.
That's why when you the Torah is
Okay.
all addressed.
You see
That's
all
how you learn.
yo,
You read and you learn.
you see the Holy One, Abraham, Sarah, Moses. Don't say nothing bad about them. They did not commit sin. In the Apocrypha, there's a prayer from a king called Manasseh. Manasseh did worse than Ahab. They said it. They said he went worse than Ahab. You know what he did? He even followed the horoscope. You see, know how I know he followed the horoscope? He said he built altars to the sun, moon, and the stars and the constellations. What is the horoscopes based upon? The constellations. The movement and alignment of the sun, moon, and stars. We didn't do that. Abraham came from that lifestyle. He dropped that. He was in Babylon. Okay, amongst the Chaldeans. You know what Chaldeans mean? Stargazers, astronomers. They bonded their life to the movement of the stars. Okay, that's Pisces, that's Virgo, that's right. Taurus. And each one of those constellations are worshipped by eating blood, by cutting your hair, by having sex out of wedlock, having bastards. Take this whore, take this guy, they got to get together. That child is a bastard. And they take that bastard and dedicate it to the devil. Y'all don't even know what's going on, man. But you won't listen to God, so you will never find out. God said, bring all your sacrifices to the tent, to the door of the tent of the tabernacle of the congregation, to the door. You can't go in there. Bring your sacrifice. You can't do your own sacrifices. You bring your sacrifices here. He said, if you don't bring the sacrifices there, you sacrifice to what? Chief Malak, say it again. Say it again. God said you sacrifice the devils. When I looked up the word in English, because that's how my Abba taught us. He taught us, I'm a very good English scholar. Okay, I'm a rapper. I know words. I know vocabulary. Real good. I'm real good with languages. So it's easy to, okay, what word does this mean in Hebrew? Then I get the meaning in the Hebrew, and I go by that. Because it goes along with what God said. I go by that. Now, when you start studying and going like that, you're going to wind up dropping a lot of stuff that you're doing right now.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to stop eating a lot of things that you're doing right now.
That's a fact.
Yes, cold cuts are no good. Cold cuts have blood and fat. These people do not take out the blood and fat. God said, you shall eat no manner of blood and fat.
And chicken got blood in it. Chicken is loaded with blood. Can't get the blood out.
Can't get the blood out.
Israel.
You ain't getting that out. It's in the veins. It's not like steak. It's not like the beef. Fowl and beef, two different anatomies. The blood is in their veins. You can take a chicken wing and you can soak it until you die. Ain't nothing coming out. The blood is still going to be in there because they didn't eat chicken wings. They didn't eat chicken. Do you see where they ate chicken in the book? Do you see where they ate turkey in the book? You don't see that. You don't see birthdays in there. Yeah, I get hyped. The fire of God. I'm talking God's words. It gets me hyped. I've been doing this all my life. I love it. So I get fired up. I'm not mad. I'm not trying to scare nobody. In a way, I am trying to scare you. He said, God is doing all of this to prove you to your faces that you sin not. You know what that means? I'm showing you all this destruction and all this fire and all this thing. So you can see, yo,
Get the point.
look. The one who's running this is doing all of this.
Yeah.
You need to be scared. Yeah, you need to be scared. Fear is what's going to keep you serving God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you need to be scared, man.
Yeah.
You're too bold for wickedness.
That's
Too
what gets-
easy.
that's what
To,
makes you so
look. You know what I noticed? Look. I'm born in this, okay? And I've been around. I traveled all over, all camps. All the camps that from the beginning. It's there.
Yeah.
Little one. Like him, little one. Okay? And I understood what was going on because my Abba made sure I understood. Okay? All right? Look. We used to be hanging out in the camp during the week. Certain brothers come with food. I'm not eating that food because I know not everybody agree with what my Abba used to say
That's right.
about blood and fat.
That's right.
A lot of times he would teach about it, and then another teacher would come up, another guy would come up and teach against it.
Yeah. Confusion. Look where they are now.
Watch yourself. Watch yourself. Because those same situations happen in the book.
That's right.
Prophet said, thus say the Lord. You can't do this, you're doing this and that. He said, well, word, kill him. But he just said, thus say the Lord. He just gave you a message like he got off the phone. Yo, God said, don't do that no more. And you say, kill him. That's what we do today.
Yeah.
Just can't kill him. Just go to jail now.
Right.
Back then, they could kill him. Ain't nobody going to jail because they ran it. They were independent. We are not independent. Okay? We're still in a country that does not belong to you. You don't have no farms. You know how you eat? From stores. They didn't eat from stores. Their store is their barn in the back. Old store, new store. I didn't have to worry about, yo, man, how much this cost? Damn, man, y'all going up every day. You didn't have to worry about things like that. I look at my check. Oh, man, they took too much on my check. We ain't had to worry about these things. Look, son, you're going to have to go get a job. We didn't deal with the job. The job is handling my father's stuff. That was the man's job. What you think Jacob children was doing? What you think Jacob and Esau was doing? What you think Isaac was doing? What you think Abraham was doing? That was their job. So when they held that down until their father passed. And that became theirs. And that's how it was passed down. That's how they kept their independence. Somewhere along the line, it got broken. And hasn't been repaired yet. Time sheet.
And he called the name of the place Tabera,
Uh-huh.
because the fire of the Lord burnt among them.
Mm-hmm.
And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a lusting.
It was a mixed multitude. So that means everybody there wasn't Israelite by descendant, by blood. So when we came out, it wasn't just Israelites that came out. You had some Syrians. You had a mixture of heathens. Okay?
Some Egyptians came out.
Okay? Even some Egyptians came out. A little bit of everybody came out with them. Look, you know what? They leaving. I'm going with them. Right now, the Israelites is winning.
They winning.
Right now, the Israelites is winning. So everybody going to do Passover, because that's how they was thinking. Time sheet.
And the children of Israel also wept again and said, who shall give us flesh to eat?
So the mixed multitude was among them. They fell and lusted. They started it. That's why you can't agree and think like heathens or ones that don't serve God.
Mm-hmm.
His opinion cannot be yours because they fell and lusted. And a couple of Israelites heard it, and now all of a sudden they start weeping and they start lusting. Now, who shall what? Give us flesh to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're talking about flesh. Why they ain't just ask God? When a child is hungry, the child go to their mother, their brother, say, Abba, I'm hungry, Ima, I'm hungry. That's your God, right? Because you did it over there in Egypt to that idol. You did it with that idol. You did it with Jakey on the cross. Why you can't give that devotion and that frame of mind with God now? Why are you complaining? Why is there a problem now? They'd have been good. That's why God put them there. I gotta see what I'm dealing with here. Because they're not like their father Abraham. They're ruined. Okay? They're ruined because they've been in Egypt for generations. We've been in America for generations. And there's a lot of ways of the Americans that us Israelites have that needs to be eradicated to be holy. In order to be holy. Tamshi.
We remember the fish, which we did eat.
Now they're getting us sponsored. He said, man, I ain't no fish here. Man, I missed that.
Right. Cucumbers.
Don't be saying here missing the pork you used to eat. Don't be saying here trying to remember the taste, because you know memory can bring that taste to you. Y'all know that, right? Man, this brain God made ain't no joke. That's why he said follow the commandments, because it's evil in it now.
Good old bacon.
Yeah. Yeah. No more crispy bacon. No pernil. That's Spanish for roasted pork. You can't carry that stuff along there. That's what God told them. He said, look, y'all came out of Egypt, I understand. Whatever y'all did in Egypt, I ain't gonna fault you for it. He said, it stops now. And where I'm taking you, you can't follow those people.
That's right.
Okay? That's like he said, look, I'm taking y'all out of New York, taking y'all over to California. But I don't want you to keep those ways you had in New York. And where we at in California, don't follow them either. You gotta be your own. You gotta be different. So some people gonna look at you like, that means that's a good thing. You know why? You're not the same as them. They don't see something that's similar. Birds of a feather flock together. If I see someone that is similar to me, I will assimilate to that person. If someone speaks the same language as me, right? You see it in jail. Spanish dude come in, I don't care where you from. Whatever the Spanish group, you say, oh yeah, mira, bang, bang, bang. They ain't got to know him. But that's one of our own. We don't even think like that as Israelites. I don't want to hear about black people, please. As Israelites, we worse.
Yeah.
We look out for heathens more than we look out for each other.
To hell with this cat.
This brother ain't got nothing. We don't make sure he good. We don't give him an opportunity to. We messed up, man.
That's a fact.
Our sisters don't want the brothers, and our brothers don't want the sisters.
Fact.
We want the heathens.
Yeah.
The sisters want them niggas out there, and we want them chicks out there.
Facts.
And that's what's bringing the bastards in.
I ain't got
And that's
time
why
for that.
everybody got their hair cut. And that's why everybody doing the laws different in every household.
That's a fact.
Everybody's doing it, which is right in their own eyes. This is the time of the judges. This is the time of the judges. That they didn't have no king and no leader.
Yeah, man.
Their leader was God, and they turned on them. They rejected God, and said, "We want a king like them.
Yeah.
I made you to be greater. I was your king." But guess what? I knew this day was gonna come. That's why I got laws for them. God gave laws. God put laws that ain't get active thousands of years later. I knew y'all was gonna turn on me. That's why he told Saul, "Stop crying.
Stop crying.
You can't look. You can't cry and feel this way more than I feel. Like you can't cry for my children more than me. Right? You understand what I'm saying? You can't feel sorry. God said you can't feel more sorry for my creation than I do. Come on now. You got to. You thinking too much of yourself right now. You're not on my level. Tom shit.
But Numbers chapter 11, verse 6.
Well, hold on. He said, we remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely. Freely. You see that? Now, they was able to go to the Nile. Fish. He said freely. He said now because there's nothing out here. They're in the desert. When he said the wilderness, it's called the wilderness, but there was no trees out there. It was the desert. You can't plant nothing. Tom sheet.
The cucumber,
Cucumbers,
and the melons,
melons,
the leeks, and the onions, and garlic.
Okay, now, he said, which we freely ate in Egypt. When you freely eat something in the land, you know what that means? You can walk up to it and pick it and eat it. These things were wild. Garlic, nobody had a farm with garlic in it. You found garlic wild. That's how you found mandrakes. Okay? It grew wild. All these things, said, man, we don't have that. There's nothing to pick. There's nothing growing here. We don't see nothing here to eat. Remember, there's no stores. There's no ovens and refrigerators. Okay? Everything they got was straight from the ground for real. And it was available. Things were wild. It said the gourd, melons and stuff. Some of them were poison. Some of them weren't. But they all grew wild. You can live off the land. You in the wilderness, in the woods, traveling. It's stuff growing freely. Not out there. Top shit.
But now our soul is dried away, and there is nothing at all besides this manna before our eyes.
Oh, wait a minute. Up until this part, I thought they wasn't eating nothing. They made it sound like they wasn't getting nothing to eat. But you know what they're doing? They're being picky.
They got
I don't like that law. I'll do that law. I don't like that. It's the same mentality.
Come on, son.
I'm getting manna, and it tastes like anything I like. Yeah. That's what it said when God dropped the manna. It said whatever it is that that's what it tastes like. There's nothing on this planet like that. And they're not grateful. They're not satisfied. God wants people who satisfy easy with Him, with what He gives them. You know, like, this is God, that's all.
Yeah, that's your
That mentality is no good. And that's what's happening now. So they're complaining, oh, we're going to dry up. There ain't nothing here at all. All we got is beans. I'm going to say this, man. That's why you laugh, huh, Abraham? You remember that, right? He said, how y'all going to say y'all hungry and nothing to eat here? You got beans. Open up, there's beans in there. There's rice in there. There's flour in there. Cook! Too used to fast food. Wow, man. I remember that. He said, you're wicked. You're wicked. He said, y'all wicked. Oh, if there ain't no food in the house, I'll go in the kitchen. I'm expecting to see just nothing but salt and pepper. You got beans here. What you think that is? There were men in the book that fought over a patch of lentils. And you don't want to eat that? That's not succeed. That's why we still got a mind of a heathen. You can't eat beans and be satisfied. You need a full course meal like a heathen. You need some meat. You need some salad. You need this. You need 4 courses. You need. Whoa! Watch it, y'all. Watch it.
I don't know where your mother got y'all from.
He said, man, y'all different. He said, y'all ain't come from me. I don't know where you. Yeah. He started disowning us. Like God disowned them. He said, get quickly. The people you brought out. I ain't bringing them back. They're not my people right now. They're not acting like my people right now. I'm not taking them as my people right now because they're not being holy. It's the same thing, man. How you gonna say there's no food in there? You got food in there. You just don't want to go in there and cook. You just don't want to go eat. You want DoorDash, Grubhub. All that stuff we ain't supposed to be eating, y'all know.
Texas chicken.
Y'all ain't supposed to be eating all that, man. Okay? Back to the cold cuts. They don't get rid of the blood. They don't get rid of the fat. It's packed with gristle, parts of bones. Okay? Okay? And then sell it to you. You get a turkey and cheese. Hold the mayo. You gotta leave that alone.
That's right.
You're not supposed to eat flesh unless you're 100% positively sure with your own eyes and ears and knowledge that blood is out of the flesh.
That's right.
And the fat is out of the flesh. When you buy meat that's ready to eat from heathens, you are eating blood and fat, hands down.
That's right.
You can't eat franks and hot dogs. Whatever they don't use, that's what goes in the franks and the hot dogs. That's what goes in the sausages. That's what goes in the kielbasa. Daniel said, I'm not eating none of that stuff. I'm not eating no jail food. I'm not eating none of that food. I'm not eating none of that food. I'm determined in my heart, I'm going to die. My father did the same thing.
That's right.
It was near to death. And God said, wow, he's serious. I'm going to make a way from him. And he was able to get stuff that they don't allow in the jail. God will make a way for you. You make a way. You sacrifice to do. Look. Look, ain't nobody else gonna do what I did to serve God.
Right.
Away where there is none.
You gotta you know what you sacrifice? Your wickedness and your evilness and your ways. That's what we sacrifice. Give that up, and you're able to serve God. Two things can't occupy the same space. So you get rid of one, now you got the more wickedness you get rid of, more righteousness you can do. You can level up.
Right.
But if you stay there and you stay at that level of wickedness, in a little while you're gonna go right back. It takes time. Before you know it, you'll be back there. You won't even realize it. It's a fact. You won't even realize it. You'll be one of those that say, "Oh yeah, I remember when I used to be an Israelite. I remember when I used to do that." Oh, you still go there? Or you still? Wow, Mikhail, you still there? Everybody was looking for us to turn heathens when I thought Abba died. No,
I just got stronger.
no.
I just got stronger. That's all.
He prepared us for that day.
Yeah, talk about it.
From when we was kids, he prepared us for that day. He said the day gonna come. He said when that day come, that's when y'all take off. Take off with everything I showed you.
Yeah.
Take off with everything I taught you.
Yeah.
Take off with how you saw me. He used himself as an example. I've seen him do things and sacrifice. I don't know nobody else that would do that. Okay?
Follow the blueprint.
So, yeah, man, this is serious.
Yeah.
Okay? And it behooves us to listen, man. Listen to the ones that's doing it, that's been here before, that's doing it. Not all Israel is going to be correct.
No,
They
99.9
never was.
strong.
It was only one time all Israel was correct. That was in the time of Balaam. After that, that was it. It was individuals and families.
Right. Right now,
Ain't that something? Now,
the whole of Israel is doomed.
this is no nation. We have no nation. The nation has, all right, we got our language, right? We don't have our land. We're not a nation. We're a nation scattered across the world within countries and nations.
Right.
Just remember that.
Exile.
We don't have the same strength as a nation that we did with God back then. We don't even confess together.
Yeah.
They confess it and say, man, oh, send the word out to all Israel, all camps. At this time, we confess. Some people say, hey, you ain't got to do that. Some people never confess. Some people don't know how to confess. Things that they did, fasting and praying, an individual, I'm fasting and praying. It comes along with promises.
That's a fact.
You know what supplication means? Vows. And I see that every time I took a fast, he made vows. And stuck to those vows. He made deadly vows. He didn't just fast and pray and didn't make no vow because it's easy to go back and do it again. You fast and pray and then you make that vow, you got strength. You got something to keep you because now you know what's going to happen if you break that word. That's how they did it. He said fasting, praying, weeping, and supplications. We're not going to do this no more. If we do this, kill my sons. Take my sons out. Put the sin on me and my house. Things like that. God's looking, see, wow, he's serious. All right, I'm going to do my part first. God do his part first.
All right.
See if you won't keep your word. Tell me.
But now our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all besides this manna before our eyes. And the manna was as coriander seed, and the color thereof as the color of the bdellium. And the people went about and gathered it and ground it in mills or beat it in mortar.
So when they ground it, it's like flour. So you literally could do anything. You can make cakes with it. You know what I'm saying? You can make stuff with it. Bread. Bread was a staple diet. That was look. They didn't eat flesh every day. You know who ate flesh every day? The rich, the king, the noblemen, the governors. Okay? On the regular, you ain't gonna kill a cow every day. You ain't gonna kill an ox every day. You know how much meat that is, man? And there's only 3 in the family. There's no fridges. They didn't do that. No, you got a special occasion. My father-in-law came, or a family, or a visitor, or a brother stranger. Look, I'm gonna go get one of the sheep and dress it. You know what dress mean? To prepare it. You know how you prepare it?
Make the
First, you get the blood out. Yeah. Dress don't mean seasoning. Dress means have the flesh prepared to be seasoned and consumed. So that means it has to be going through a certain procedure, of course, before you're ready to start cooking it. Before you cook it, blood got to be out. Then now, how you know that how the animal died?
Right.
See, that's another level. How do you know how the animal died? Okay, we can eat this piece. Do you know how those animals died? All of them didn't get slaughtered. We get sick and die, right? Animals do too. Now all of them get slaughtered. And do you really think they're gonna run into a sick animal and throw them away? No, they cut off the sick part and they put that on the line. That's why they recalled beef. Boar's head, I've seen it on the news. Boar's head recalled all their beef. Keep eating them cold cuts. You're gonna eat something and it's gonna get you. Because you ain't got no business eating it. The recall is for the ungodly that eat that stuff. But you don't want to listen. You want to listen to other Israelites that eat blood and fat.
That's cut off.
And so I like that. So I'm going to go over there and I'm going to deal with them.
Chief.
Go ahead, man. Pick your side, man.
Chief Ballhead.
Pick your side, man.
Ballheaded chief, man.
It shouldn't exist.
Don't make sense.
That should not exist.
Don't make sense.
Tom shoot.
And the people went about and gathered it, ground it in mills, or beat it in a mortar, and baked it in pans,
Right.
and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was as the taste of fresh oil.
So it didn't taste bad. They just wasn't satisfied. He said the ungodly are never satisfied. He said, yo, man, what more you want from me? I did this. You're still upset. I'm never. He said a woman is never satisfied. Well, that's an ungodly woman. I don't want a woman like that. Because she gonna go another meal. Whatever I do for her, she will not be satisfied. Just out of the clip, but you know what? I feel like this is not working out. You'll be like, what? What happened? Something I missed.
Blood.
You are in the way from her being who she really wants to be.
Really want to be.
You're in the way. Top sheet.
Be like that. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. Then Moses heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of their tent.
Moses
And the anger of
heard.
the Lord was
You
kindled great.
ever been somewhere with a lot of people talking? You can't make out nothing anybody's saying. You just hear a lot of voices. That's what Moses heard. Everybody in their tents was complaining and popping junk about God. Tom sheet.
Moses was displeased. And Moses said unto the Lord, wherefore hast thou afflicted thy servant? Wherefore have I not found favor in thy sight, that thou layest the burden of all this people upon me?
Yo, he's just from God said, that's why I didn't want to do this job, man. What did I do for you to afflict me, to punish me? What did I do? You punishing me to be responsible for these people? And he was responsible. But he like, yo, he looking at them like, yo, they're not gonna listen, God. I don't want to be responsible for people who don't listen. They don't listen. They're hard-headed. They're talking a lot of junk, man. What did I do to you for you to put me in this position? It's not a good position to be in. Tom sheet.
Have I conceived all this people?
All right, now, yo, none of these people are my kids. Look, if I was their mother, I wouldn't be saying this. But I didn't conceive these people. He said, have I begotten them? That thou shouldest say unto me, carry them in thy bosom? As our nursing father, now see this right here, as our nursing father buried the suckling child. That never existed back then. But he is being sarcastic. He's like, God, you want me to be like a father nursing? Like, what? A father nursing? That was unheard of back then. Leave the babies to the Lord. Back there in this book, the men leave the babies to the mothers. You know when he grabbed them up? When they're ready to go to war. When they're ready to go out in the field. That's when you could buy your hobby now. You're not around your mother like that. What do you do? Let her handle that, man. Let her handle the babies, man. You supposed to be paying attention what the teachers say. You know how many times I've seen that? Brother come in with his family, got little babies there. Babies just chilling, doing what they do. Head turn around. Hey, yo, brother, you can't give your Isha that much attention today. Don't kissy smooch.
Or what? Or she got the book bag and you pushing the stroller.
No.
She got the book bag.
Listen. Even amongst the heathen, there was a time that wasn't. See, everything is out of whack because we're doing y'all job, y'all doing our job.
Facts. Out of course.
He said, hey, father, my head. He said, my head. He said, yo, go to your mother. When he went to his mother, she put her head on his knees. Okay? That's something mothers do. Where am I at? Verse 12.
Yeah. Verse 13. When should I have flesh?
No, go back to 12. Read 12.
Have I conceived all these people? Have I begotten them that thou shouldest say unto me, carry them in thy bosom as a nursing father beareth the sucking child unto the land which thou swearest unto their fathers?
Now you have men today, they're trying to be the ones to get pregnant. Men are trying to get pregnant like the women are. Men are trying to breastfeed today like the women are. Okay? This is unholy stuff going on. Time sheet.
When should I have flesh to give unto his people? For they weep unto me, saying, give us flesh, that we may eat.
He said, where am I going to get flesh from? Where am I going to get all this meat to feed these people? And they're demanding something from me that I don't have. That's wicked.
Right.
You know I ain't got that here. And you mad at me because I don't have it here. And you coming up against me because that's not what's here. That's a wicked thing. That's wicked ways. All right? Come, sheep.
I am not able to bear all these people alone because it is too heavy for me.
I need help. Some situations I can't do by myself. Dealing with hard-headed people, I'm going to need help. I can't be the only one saying this. Somebody got to back me up. Somebody got to support what I'm doing and what I'm saying.
That's right.
That's how he's feeling right now.
That's right.
Everybody's talking against him. Okay? He said, this thing is getting out of hand. It's too heavy for me. Sometimes situations get too heavy. You got to go to the authority. And I'm not talking about the police. I'm talking about you got to go to a head and get the attention of this matter to who can put a stop to the injustice.
Not any head.
No. That's why I said the head that can put a stop to the injustice.
Right.
So that means, oh man, I know he's capable of doing it. He's the head, but he's not. I'm gonna go to him because he's capable. He's able.
Hating covetousness.
He has the power of an officer to take charge. Time sheet.
And if thou deal thus with me, kill me, I pray.
He said, God, if this is how you're gonna deal with me, kill me, take me out. This is torture. Some people would rather die than go through certain things in life. Right? Yeah. Time sheet.
And if thou deal thus with me, kill me, I pray thee, out of hand, if I have found favor in thy sight, and let me not see my wretchedness. And the Lord said unto Moses, gather unto me 70 men of them.
Look. You gonna hold this job down. Nobody qualified. I don't choose the wrong people. I chose you. You the best. You're the most faithful. He said, but I'm gonna give you help now. You ain't gonna be by yourself. And this is how the elders came into play. Okay? The 70 elders back up Moses. This situation is kind of small. That could go to the elders. And you got 70 of them. That's why you got the Supreme Court judge, and then you got the civil judges, and you got not everybody.
Not all old suckers considered our elders.
Then you say elders that be the elders.
That's right.
Who are known to be elders, meaning
That's right.
they act accordingly.
Right, like an elder.
You say, man,
If you don't,
they
that's
say,
right.
man, you too old to be doing that.
That's right. You ain't no elder.
You ain't no elder.
That's right. You start doing things contrary.
You too old for the
You not no
well,
elder.
what's they telling you, yo, you too old to be doing
That's
that.
right.
You should know better by
That's
now.
right. That's right.
I
You
can
ain't
understand
no
the young thinking that way because they
right.
gotta learn. But you've been around, you know the deal.
According to
What
your
you doing over
characteristics.
there?
Talk about it.
What you
According to your
doing here?
characteristics and your values.
That's right. It's a
Right.
behavior that comes with
Your
it.
behavior.
So not everybody was elders. He said, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel,
Whom thou knowest to be elders.
This is a known thing.
That's right.
We all agree on these 70 elders. That's known to be elders. This is a known thing. Township.
And officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregation, that they may stand there with thee. And I will come down and talk with thee there. And I will take of the spirit which is upon thee, and put it upon them. And they shall bear the burden of the people with thee, that thou bear it not thyself alone.
They got the strength of Moses in order to help bear the burden. You had to have godly strength.
Moses' strength was so strong.
Moses' spirit was so. So remember, this is the man that went up in the mountain while it was on fire, smoking, speaking face to face to God. He just couldn't see him because of the smoke. He said, I ain't speak to nobody like this. I ain't come to him in a dream. I didn't come to him in dark sayings. A prophet didn't go to him. I didn't send another man to Moses. Okay? I speak to this guy face to face. No matter how no matter how you view him, I view him different, highly than you do. Because he has certain qualities none of y'all got. So I can put a task on him. He will stay loyal.
Okay.
Just stop talking about him. Because certain things that you do against me, he ain't gonna do.
That's right.
And that's what got Moses. That's why he got mad, because of when they kidnapped Moses. His brother and sister came at Moses and said, nah, not this guy.
That wasn't scared.
Yo, what kind of honor you got for me? You see, I hold this guy up in high
See
regard.
what I do with
And
him?
you shooting him down, so you shooting me down. You saying I'm wrong. You saying I put up the wrong guy. You saying God chose the wrong man.
That was little bro. That's what.
You gotta stop that.
Little bro.
He said, I will come down and talk with thee there. God said, I'm coming down personally to that spot, the tent, the tabernacle of meeting. He said, and I will take your spirit, which is upon thee, and put it upon them. He stretched it like drugs. He took his soul and he put baking soda on it and stretched it. I got a metaphor, use it as a metaphor so you can perfectly understand what I'm talking about. Moses' spirit didn't weaken. It was juiced up and powerful enough for 70 other men that were worthy to get that spirit.
Right.
Only 70 of them and 2 others. Bildad and Medad. God only said 70, but we had 72 that prophesied. They said, yo, man, they prophesied in the camp. He said, leave them. I wish all of y'all would. I wouldn't have this problem. I wish all of y'all would be godly and prophesy. I wish the spirit would jump on all of y'all. Leave them alone. They ain't doing nothing wrong. That's what Moses told them. Township.
And say unto the people, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow, and ye shall eat flesh. For ye have wept in the ears of the Lord, saying, who shall give us flesh?
Now, you want flesh? I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you. But sanctify yourselves against tomorrow.
For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore the Lord will give you flesh.
So you saying it was good for you? You ain't going to put that on me. You ain't going to have that on me where, he took him out of Egypt so they could starve to death. He said, nah, because I see where y'all going with this. He said, y'all going to see who the Lord is. He said, therefore the Lord will give you flesh and you're going to eat. Township. But guess what? Sometimes you get what you ask for. Okay? Watch what you ask for. What you demanded and you're complaining about. And when you get it, it ain't gonna come the way you expect. That's how it goes. So now he said, ye shall not eat one day. Y'all ain't gonna get it one day. Y'all want flesh? I'm gonna overload you with it now. You bugging me, you're crazy. All right, cool. You know what? Here, eat. nor 2 days, nor 5 days, not the 10 days, nor 20 days, but even a whole month until it come out your nostrils. When food come out your nostrils, it's because your stomach vomited up. It's too much. I'm gonna make you overeat like a glutton, like a Greek. Promise you. He said, and it be loathsome unto you. Huh?
Because they despise
He
the
said,
Lord.
I'm gonna give you so much meat, so much flesh, you gonna hate it. Now I ain't gotta worry about you complaining to me no more about no flesh. Promise you.
Which is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why came we forth out of
That was
Egypt?
blasphemous. That was blasphemous. Man, I don't know why he took us out of Egypt. You can't talk like that about God. And that's what they were doing. Promise you.
And Moses said, the people among whom I am are 600,000 footmen. And thou hast said, I will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month. Shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them to suffice them? Or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to suffice them?
Man, there's millions of people, it's billions. He said a great host. God about by a mighty hand, a great host. Archaeologists, scientists, historians, they all agree to the fact that it was over 4.1 billion people that came out of Egypt, beside the mixed multitude. Remember, God said, I am going to make your children, your descendants, as numerous as the sands of the sea and the stars of the sky. He said, Abraham, look up there, can you number them? He said, man, I can't number them. You lose count. There's no way you could count stars or count. No, a box of rice. You ain't gonna count that one. You ain't gonna get that whole rice count. You're gonna miscount. You're gonna mess this too much. He said, that's how your people is going to be in the future when I get them out. So that's why they were so numerous. The Pharaoh saw it. He said, yo, these people are having babies quick. The woman don't need assistance. They don't need a midwife. The midwife is the woman who assists the woman in birth. Okay? Not a man. Back then, it wasn't no man in the delivery room. It was woman, her sisters, her mother, her cousin, the woman of the woman and the midwives. Okay? Today now, female Israelite sister going to go see the doctor. She got a request, a nurse. Okay? Request a nurse. Then now you gotta watch that too, because she might go both ways. You see what's going on? Do y'all see what's going on? Yeah, man. No, I don't want no man. I don't want no doctor man. You gonna be looking at me, I gotta show my name. But then now she might be a lesbian. She might like what she sees. So you gotta watch it. You know why? Because we are living in a world of iniquity.
A cursed generation.
It's because we're living in confusion of order. Everything's being thrown out. So you just gotta be careful, man. Word. Just gotta be careful. Touch you.
And the Lord said unto Moses, is the Lord's hand waxed short? Thou shalt see now whether my words shall come to pass unto thee or not.
He said, what you think? I can't do that? You think I can't feed these people? You think I'm incapable of that? He said, you think my hand is, I'm short-handed? God is never short-handed. Okay? He said, you're gonna see for yourself whether my word comes through or not. Touch you.
And Moses went out and told the people the words of the Lord, and gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people, and set them round about the tabernacle.
Right.
And the Lord came down in the cloud, and spake unto him, and took of the spirit that was upon him, and gave it unto the 70 elders. And it came to pass that when the spirit rested upon them, they prophesied and did not cease.
Activated. Their spirit that they was born with was no more. They had the spirit of Moses. They thought like Moses. They viewed everything like Moses so they can handle judgment and controversies and situations and matters like Moses. That they became a like mind because he needed help. You can't sometimes relieve your brother of a burden, man. Or a task. You know? I'm waiting for Shama to come and fix it. I ain't gotta wait for him. I'm here. I'll fix it. I'm here. You ain't gotta wait for Chief Shama to come. I'll do it. But then now you got to do that for me too. I help you and hold you down. I pick up your slack. You got to do the same for me. I shouldn't have to ask for it. Nobody should have to say, well, man, I did this for you. You should already see what was done for you and that you require to pay back some kindness.
Mm-hmm.
Well, pay attention to the guy that's always holding you down.
That's right.
This is equity. This is fairness also. Township.
But there remained two of the men in the camp. The name of the one was Eldad, and the name of the other Medad. And the Spirit rested upon them. And there were of them that were written, but went not out unto the tabernacle. And they prophesied in the camp.
Because God said 70. He said, get 70. Right? 72 of them started prophesying. You know what I'm saying? It jumped on. Look, these guys wasn't even there. Right or wrong? They still in the camp with the people. And when God spread Moses' spirit across the elders, you jumped on my Eldad and Medad too. You know why these things happen? Because they were right before God. These people were right. Even in their error, they were correct before God.
That's a fact.
Even in their mistakes, they were correct before God.
That's a
Closer
fact.
to God than us.
Way closer.
They was able to have communication. They were able to get an answer through Moses or Aaron. What answer we gonna get? What priest can I go to right now and make an atonement for me? Who knows how to make an atonement? Does anybody know how to make an atonement, Chief Abraham?
It's a
Yeah,
Kohen.
we got Kohen.
It's a Kohen.
Do they know how to make an atonement?
I think so, brother.
It's a whole bunch of Kohens in Brooklyn.
They don't know how to make it. Because it's not explained in here. You know that? It's not explained in here. It said the priest shall make an atonement with the blood of the sacrifice. We don't know what he do with that blood. I know one thing, he don't drink it and he don't eat it.
That's right.
That's right.
He don't drink it and don't eat it like he doing voodoo or something. Okay?
That's right.
Certain Hamite countries, they kill their enemies and wear their body parts and drink their blood. This is cultism. Okay? I killed my enemy. I don't want no parts of my enemy to be a part of me. He was wicked. I don't want none of his stuff on me, and I don't want to drink his blood. That's what the Canaanites that we read about, okay? They're Africans too, but they moved out. They didn't leave Asia in the disbursement. They stopped in what we call today Palestine or Israel. They stopped in what is called Asia. They stopped in what is called the Middle East. When you look on that map, you will see Africa, then you will see a little triangle piece of land. That's called the Sinai Peninsula. That little piece of land, that's the wilderness that they were in. Okay? They left out of Egypt, which was Africa, went through the Sinai Peninsula, took 40 years to get through there, and then into Israel, which was a 3 days journey. The reason why it took so long, God says, I'm going to leave y'all out here for 40 years because I ain't allowing a lot of you to go up in there.
Go back.
The only ones I'm allowing to go into Israel are the ones who stick to what I say. That's what God said.
That's right.
You stick to me, that's why you guys are alive today. All of you guys are alive because you stuck and cleaved to the Lord. He said, everybody else that died, I destroyed them because they joined themselves to Baal Peor. I told you again how you join yourselves, okay? When you attend,
That's right.
okay? When you celebrate.
To be sitting in service and joint.
Look. Look, you could be sitting right here thinking about a birthday party tonight.
Talking about, man.
Yeah. While we celebrate the days heathens celebrate, not supposed to have the same days. That's all I'm saying. If we supposed to be so different, why we got the same days as them? We're not supposed to we're not to get the same happiness they get. What makes us happy makes them say, oh, what's that? I don't like that. What makes them happy makes us say sin. So why we share the same days to celebrate? Why we share the same food? Why we share the same clothes? Why we share the same point of view? Yeah, ask yourself that question. There's a lot of disassembling of the hearts.
Yeah.
When teachers go on. I don't agree to that. I've never seen a generation of Israelites that don't agree like this generation. Wow. I've never seen that. And look, disrespectfully too. Bold too. Nobody disassembling their heart no more. They just speak it out. Teacher up there teaching guy, he wrong. What is wrong with y'all, man? Do y'all know y'all doing the same thing they did?
Talk about it.
You wrong. Do you do what you know? No. Do you know all the rules of the Shabbat? No, because you said you could do this and you could do that. So you don't know God. You want to come tell people something who've been busting their butt and sacrificing.
Facts.
A lot of sacrifice been going on, man.
Say it again, bro. Come on now.
Sacrifice means you give up things that you like and love. Whether it's good or bad. Most of the time it's bad. God said it's bad. You like that stuff, but you stop because of God. Now we talking.
Talk that.
Now we talking. You don't need no priest to make an atonement for you now. Now you don't. There's a way to do this. Okay? Time sheet.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 27.
Roll on.
And there ran a young man and told Moses and said, Eldad and Medad to prophesy in the camp. And Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of Moses, one of his young men, answered and said, My Lord, Moses, forbid them. And Moses said unto him, Enviest thou for my sake? With God that all the Lord's people were prophets,
I wish everybody
that the Lord will put his spirit upon them.
I wish everybody was on the same page. Now we could move forward because all of this is distraction, man. We're not even supposed to be in the wilderness now. But because y'all keep joining yourselves to other gods, we get hit up and played.
3 day journey into 40
Yeah,
years.
3 days to 40 years, man.
3 days.
Leading us around in a circle. Killing us all because he said, okay, you know what? I told y'all, I gave y'all the command. God commanded them, do not be scared of those Canaanites. He said, do not fear them.
Fear not.
He said, because I have delivered them into your hands, they didn't believe God. Because they were still scared. They said, yo, they're too big for us. We look like little grasshoppers in their sight. And everybody got scared. God said, you know what, man? Because of this, y'all staying out here. I gotta do some cleaning. I gotta clean house. I can't bring all of y'all in like this. All of y'all, no. Look. We ain't never gonna have a temple if I bring all of you guys in one time. It's not gonna be no David. There's not gonna be certain things that went down. It ain't gonna happen if God brought all of them in like that. They gotta kill them all. Most of the adults, the parents, were killed off. It was mostly the children from 19 years old down.
Joshua, Caleb, and the elders.
So you're 17 years old. I'm a grown man. No, you're not. Who you think you are?
You still a baby.
You a baby, man. You a baby. Back then, sometimes they weaned the kids till he's 7, 8 years old. All these things kept them in honor. They didn't have this type of pride we got today, man. The heathen pride we got today, that's why we can't do God's commandments, because it gets us getting in the way, and we're not doing the things to get rid of it, man. You're denying the things that you need to get rid of it.
Caught up in this life.
That sounds like cut off to me.
Yes, sir.
That's what it sounds like.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So the cutting off never stops. And God can show you. And you don't believe it. You ain't doing it. After a certain time, you turn it off like you never knew. Yeah. Have you doing things that you never did before you knew God.
That's right.
That's right. He let you have the lust of your own heart.
That's right.
You're gonna sin 7 times more now.
Yeah.
So it's more. It's duplicating. It's multiplying. Time sheet.
And Moses got him into the camp, he and the elders of Israel, and there went forth a wind from the Lord, and brought quails from the sea.
Quails, old world birds, quails. Most of the birds, all the birds, not most, all the birds that are listed in the law. Was that Leviticus 11?
Right.
All the birds that God mentioned are unclean. Did not say this bird was clean or that bird was clean. And if you do extensive research from the ancient days, there was a change going on to now. Okay? The quails of back then ain't the quails of today. They hybrid these babies with chickens and other stuff. They domesticated birds. Okay? Y'all don't know what's going on. Y'all gotta wait until they come on TV and tell you, to the man in the white shirt tell you. Leave that chicken alone and the turkey alone. Those are sacrificial birds of the heathen. They're used at their celebrations. Am I correct? Tomorrow is Sunday meal. What they gonna have?
It's chicken.
Go to the supermarket on a Sunday. Watch. Go to the meat section. You're gonna see everybody going to get.
Yes, sir.
If you don't have enough money for the bird, you get another meat. Get something else. In jail. On Sundays, they call it Bird Day. It's a half a bird, a chest, and a wing. And they go crazy over that bird.
That's right.
I used to sell mine. I'm like, oh man, I ain't throwing this away. Yo, look. Every Sunday you got my bird. You're like, yo, whatever you need, son. He open up his locker. I can call it.
For that bird.
For that bird.
Trust me.
For that bird, man.
Trust me. During the break, bird.
It's not supposed to be consumed. If you go in the Old Testament, I don't care what version you go into, you ain't gonna find the word chicken.
That's a fact, bro.
Look for it. Look for it. They made all these birds related to each other.
That's right.
They hybrid these things. The quails of today are not the quails of back then. I don't mess with no flags. I don't mess with no birds, no fowls at all. I don't care.
Right.
All the fowls to me are unclean. Better be safe than sorry.
Okay.
When you have doubt, do without. How about that?
Okay.
Oh, I don't know, but you still eat it. You're wicked. You're a dog. That's what dogs do. Dog eat his own vomit. Tongue sheet.
And let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey.
Okay, you can stop with that. Stop with that. Go to Psalm 66. When you ready.
Psalms chapter 66.
And in all things, praise God. And in all things, glorify the name of the Holy One. Look. And you're going out and you're coming in. Before and after. Before and after what? Anything. Always give him his glory. Give him his glory for no reason at all. We don't make it about us all the time.
Right.
It's about God.
Right.
Okay? A lot of times we make situations about me, and it ain't about me, it's about God.
Send it up.
Right.
Okay?
Send it up.
Right.
He said, you ready?
Yeah.
Psalm 66.
Psalms chapter 66. Make a joyful noise unto God, all ye land.
A joyful noise. Now I'm going to tell y'all something, man. Drums was not incorporated in Israel. We had what is called tov, which is small little drums, like tambourines. You see the tambourine? You see they pattern it? That's what that came. The tambourine came from tov. That's what Miriam picked up. Miriam picked up tov, a tambourine.
Handheld.
She didn't sit down and drum.
Yeah.
You know what? Study, man. You know where drums come from. Look, that's an African thing. Or we're not Africans. We are not out of the line of Ham. We are out of the line of Shem. Africans, look, Africans, Indians, and devil worshippers. Drums is essential. They beat the drums, they beat the congas when they what they call that thing? When they want rain, they do a dance.
Right.
Not all dances is good either.
Ritual.
A lot of those dances are part of the ritual. Okay? And the Indians do a dance. And they do a dance. They're into a lot of spiritualism. Okay? They got a deity for the north, for the south, the east, and the west. How you gonna have a deity for direction? For left. You got deity for left and right, for up and down.
Bro,
Okay?
bro, I play poker. They say the poker gods, man.
See? They turn everything into everything. They got a deity for everything.
Yeah, of course.
Okay? It's advancing there. They make up new holidays. You watch Channel 12 Brooklyn News. You're gonna hear, oh, today is hamburger day. The next day, today cotton candy day. And today's pancake day. Man, leave that stuff alone. They don't serve God, so they're gonna do that. You gotta expect that. Expect that. Look forward to that. I expect that from you because you don't serve God. So I don't be mad at certain things. I don't be surprised at certain things. Because you do this over here, I don't see why you can't do that there. Because he eat blood. So he's not gonna think straight. He's gonna do some laws off. You know the eating of blood connects you in the spirit world of demonology. It links you to the demon that you summoned. God said, leave that stuff alone. He said, make a joyful noise unto God on ye lands. Those drums were first made and used in the depths of Africa. Hamites. Okay? They started using those drums. Okay? When they're doing their spirit thing to their ancestors. You hear the drum.
Ritual.
Watch the movies. And when you see all those cults and worshipers, this, that, and third, they got them heavy drums. Go to the club. Go to the club. Go to the club. That steady. That's what you heard on Labor Day last week. That's what you got to stay away from. Those drums incorporate demonic spirits. I'm just saying, we are, look, Israelites always been using drums as long. So I don't expect for them to, but I'm just letting you know. Sports, music, all these, there's a lot of stuff got to get cut out.
That's right.
That they didn't do. Ask yourself. Remember, a lot of things didn't exist in their day, right? Right? But whatever didn't exist in their day, you can do without it. You can do without it.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't have to celebrate.
That's right.
Abraham didn't celebrate his birthday. Isaac did not celebrate his birthday. And I heard a song. I didn't know there was a song in Hebrew. No, nobody knew. Look. There's a song that Moses made. Y'all don't know that. You're not supposed to know that.
Yeah,
Deuteronomy 32.
yeah. Talk about it.
What about that song?
Talk about it.
Yeah. You're supposed to know that song. Yeah. Don't get mad.
No, nigga.
Don't get mad.
No,
We know everybody's song. Hot 97. The kids know all the words. Drilling, all of that. But you don't know this. You don't.
Ice Spice.
Huh? Ice Spice, all of that.
Glorilla.
Okay? Listen, it is demonic music.
7 p.m.
Okay? But we don't know. Deuteronomy 32. That God told Moses to teach the people so that they know this song. That's the song we sing. Okay, well, watch it. Some shit.
He shall know the whole song.
Psalm 66, verse 2. Sing forth the honor of his name. Make his praise glorious. Say unto God, how terrible art thou in thy works. Do the greatness of
say
thy...
this to God. Let them know that you recognize how terrible it is. You know what terrible means? Look. He can make things so bad. Yeah. Something, he can come up with something you never thought of or that's never been on this planet. This is terrible. He's terrible, man. He did a terrible thing to those people. Admit that he's the baddest. That's it. He's the greatest. He's the most terrible, the baddest, the most awesome. He's awe-inspiring. You got to think like, man, allow your mind to be blown away by God. Yeah. Allow your mind to be subjugated by God and his word. Yeah, man. Because we do that with everything else. He said, say unto God, how terrible art thou in thy works. Through the greatness of thy power shall thine enemies, you hear that? Through the greatness of God's power shall thine enemies submit themselves unto thee. Look. Even the heathen, everybody in this planet that don't serve God, through his power, there is a time they're going to all submit themselves to the Lord.
That's right.
All God's enemies is the ones that don't do his law.
Right.
All of them will submit unto God.
Right.
Time sheet.
All the earth shall worship thee.
Okay.
And shall sing unto thee. They shall sing to the name.
Okay.
Come and see the works of God. He is terrible in his doings towards
the children of men. His doings. How he operate in his judgments, and you don't play. Okay? You don't play.
He turned the sea into dry land. It went through the flood on foot.
He turned the sea into dry land. Nobody does that. That big body of water. That when a child see it for the first time, they get scared. They ain't never been in that situation before.
When he did that.
I took my son when he was young, took him to the beach. I said, come on, I'm gonna get your feet wet. He said, no, I don't want to go in there. He was looking like, what the hell is this? God dried that up like that. All that water at his will, at his word, dries up.
The Red Sea.
The process that it takes to dry up is not called science. It's called the will of God. Okay? It's called the will of God. The word science is in the book, but it's in English. When you look that word in the Hebrew, it means skill set and knowledge of things.
Not the creation.
It had nothing to do with science. That's not science. Okay? Everything got spoken into existence upon the command of God. And when it got spoken, when it pulled up, it had a name already. He said, let there be light. Light got a name at the moment God said it. And then it pulled up, I'm here, God. And he stayed there until he got divided from the darkness. God decorated this universe. He said he set the stars here. He the one set the sun up. He took the earth and put it in its place. Okay? Before that, there was nothing but water and darkness. There was no metal. There was no wood. There was no shape or form. He said it was void. Void means empty. When you keep going, there's nothing. That's the abyss. It's bottomless. There was nothing there. Where the earth is now, there's nothing there. No foundations, nothing. God spoke it, and it was created. That's why he's God. That's why he's the only God. Because he speaks things into existence. Only God can do that, and there can only be one God. Because if this guy can speak things into existence, if I'm God, there's no match. There's no match. You can't do what I do. Matter of fact, everything around me I created. That's what made God God. Y'all understand this power? That's right. When God said, let there be light, let the earth, let the dry land appear, he didn't take something from here and take something from here. That's what we do.
It's called the power of the spoken
Spoken word. As he said it and named it, it formed. It came into existence, meaning
God
it was
that.
not here before.
God has that.
Until God spoke it up.
Power of the spoken word.
Do you understand that, man? That's how the creation went down. Plants and trees was there before he put the sun to shine on them. Don't tell me nothing about no science. I don't want to hear about photosynthesis. On the word of God, he said, man shall not live by bread alone.
Let there be light before the sun.
It was light before the sun. The sun coming up. No, that's light.
Then again,
There is a light that comes up before the sun come up.
That's right.
It is brief. That's the shakari. That's the dawn. That's the breaking of the dawn. After that, the sun come up. The light precedes the sun. All right. And when the sun set, you got a light there too after it. Just stick to what it says in here, man. We be good, man.
Stop balling.
When it say thou shalt not, once it say thou shalt not do this, just don't do it, man. Just don't do it. Leave it alone, man.
Talk about it.
You know, when I was coming up, all the camps, they taught the men that came coming in. They said, "Yo, let your beard grow, let your hair grow." There was nobody more. This is some new stuff. It is wicked, and everybody who's telling these people that they can do this and they can eat this, you causing Israel to sin like the Nazis
Hey,
did.
Chief Mika, the people that's calling God law science is bald, though.
Well, I'm at trouble.
Numbers 67, verse 7. 66. Psalms chapter 66, verse 7.
Right.
He ruled by his power forever. His eyes behold the nation.
His eyes see everything. Look, he see everything, hear everything at one time. You can't do that. Your head will blow up. What we say, hey man, I can't listen to all y'all one at a time. God multitasks. Okay? Okay? He's different. He's different. He's in the past. He's in the present. He's in the future. He's everlasting. That's what everlasting means. Okay? Tell shit.
Let not the rebellious exalt themselves, Salah. Oh, bless our God, you people, and make the voice of his praise be heard. Which holdeth our soul in life.
God holds my soul, okay, in life. Y'all know that, right? Because when he put the breath of life in man, that spirit, that's God. That's the spirit from God. That's life from God, right? But you're borrowing this life. The spirit, the soul that you got. There is a time when this body deceases. No matter if you was right or wicked, there is a time. This life has to go back to the one who activated. Everything is working because God juiced it. God is the battery. The electricity come from God. Okay? What we use for energy and power, God made that.
Not science.
Not science. Okay? Right? So you really got to be careful not to even think like these people.
The shape of your head.
Okay? Time shit.
Which holdeth our soul in life,
Uh-huh.
and suffereth not our feet to be moved.
Uh-huh.
For thou, O God, hast proved us.
God, you proved us.
Thou hast
God
tried
don't
us as
test
silver
nobody
is tried.
else. You know why? Because first of all, they don't call on God's name. First of all, they don't recognize God. They don't recognize God. So they're not going to call on his name. They're not going to do certain things to get his attention. He says, so God ain't testing them. I already know they failed. They failed the test. The test ain't for you because you ain't even learned. You got to know what to pass in order to pass the test.
That's right.
But you don't do it. You don't know it. I'm not giving you a test. You got to be worthy of that test. Abraham got a test. The righteous get tested, not the wicked.
Say it again.
The righteous get tested. The righteous shows, like David, he proved himself. The righteous is who proved himself. Wicked people who do presumptuous sins, you're not getting tested. God know what you're going through.
That's right.
Look, I know what you're going through. Because you show no change. This is what you're showing me.
Said that yesterday.
The wicked don't get tested. Man, you got to stop doing wickedness to a certain degree. Get attention. Say, you know what? All right, let me see where he at. Throw it at him. See what you do. That's right.
They don't get judged.
You don't get judged. We already know where your heart at. You have made up your mind to not follow God. Well, this guy has made up his mind and determined in his heart to serve God. That is what God calls good. The good, man, you got good in you. When God says somebody got good in them, is you're able to serve him.
Determination.
That's what good is. That's the first step of being right and good. then you can believe like Abraham. Abraham didn't question or doubt nothing God told him.
No.
The only thing he said was, yo, how is that going to happen? I ain't got no kid. All I got is this Eliezer of Damascus. He said, don't worry about that. You got a bright future coming. Yeah. Okay? You're going to get a son about this time next year. All right? Look, God named him. That's he called his name Laughter. Yitzchak. You know why? Because it made his mama laugh. I'm going to be with my husband after all these years. You know, it comes to a certain time, there's no more sex. We've been together for 60 years. It's really love. Today, love is based on sex. Yeah, I told you, freaky and lustful, too freaky and lustful, man. Love should not be based on that. Okay? It shouldn't, man. You gotta watch this. Because there come a certain time, the woman's menstrual cycle stops. She don't get that no more. Okay? And that action don't go down too much no more when you get older. You're not that lustful. Okay? Yeah. That's why when you watch TV and you see two old people, it's funny. Because it's not normal. You don't see them moving like that. Right or wrong, y'all? Right or wrong? You don't see her twerking. You don't see the old man getting up behind her. They're not doing that. Okay? But after a long while now, there's no sex involved because, look, she can't have babies no more. There's no use. That was the purpose of the sex. To have babies with my wife. Have a wife, to have sex with her, to have babies. Right. She can't have babies no more. And Abraham ain't getting no other woman. He stayed with Sarah, right?
That's right. When she died,
nothing wrong with that. When she died, he got Keturah. That's his option. You understand what I'm saying? Hey, I love her so much, man. I know it's gonna hurt her. Because a lot of women can't control it. They got jealous here too. I said, you know what? I ain't gonna do that to her, man. I love you, though. I love you. I ain't gonna do that to her. And Laban said, look, man, I don't want you to get no more wives. Jacob was cool with that. He said, you can't, look, my daughters is the only wives you're gonna have. Yo, I ain't never heard no man say that. No, you marry my daughter, you can't have no other wife. I agree to that stipulation. I gotta keep my word. Y'all know that, right? Because these are the deals the pops make. Sometimes the pops say, well, look, man, you can have my daughter, but you gotta wait till she get out of college, man. Let her finish her education. Because in this land now, the man could be on top of his game, taking care of everything, then he died. Most of the time, the man dies first. That's why we leave wills back. That's why we leave money back, insurance, all these things for who? My family, my woman. I don't want to leave here and she's struggling. Nah, she didn't have to struggle when I was here. But I know, look, I could go on the job, have an accident, the man died. But he got pension, he got stuff set up. But she ain't got to remarry. That's why you had widows back here. She ain't had to sell herself. She ain't had to sell oil. She ain't had to sell illegal goods. She didn't have to do nothing. If you really love her, in order to do that today, you're going to have to get a marriage certificate. There's nothing wrong with that. Look. Look, me and my wife, we're married by both. Okay? Well, how we do it, how God say do it, I believe that, and we go by that, and we went and got the paper. I really love you. Because I'm not going to be around too long. The men die first. Always. Because the great sin is our responsibility. Always. Okay? Always. And in the curse that was dropped to Adam, that's why we don't live too long. That's why we go to because the work we got to put in on this planet and the things that we got to go through. He said that you had it easy, but now thorns and thistles going to grow. And life is going to be hard for you, man. Man. because you hearken to the voice of your wife against my command. That's the only time I ain't gonna hearken to my wife. If she tell me something that's not agreeable with God, I can't listen to you, baby girl. Now you going now I gotta correct you. Okay? That's the only time I do this. You know, I shut up, woman. You can't tell me nothing. She talks to me in a respectful way. She want to talk certain things. She'll wait till it's just us. She don't cover her finger to me like this. You're not my imam. Only my imam can come and do that. My imam come and mush, get in my face, and I take that. You can't do that. Nobody can do that. Only my Abba could put his hands on her. That's why these guys was like that. Because the only people that they are subservient to with their parents. You get out of line, you're dead. Because I had to take a lot. You got to take a lot. It's a lot you got to take and eat, right? I'm going to let it out on you. Because you think you my daddy. Or you think you my mama. Okay? Yeah. That's why they was like that, man. Because we only giving it up to God and parents. Everybody else get death. Can't stay out my way. We present peace first. Always present peace first. That way you're justifiable in your actions when you get opposition. Hey man, I showed peace first, and then this, so I had to act. I couldn't be peaceful no more. Time sheet.
Psalms chapter 66, verse 11. Thou broughtest us into the net. Thou latest affliction.
Look, not the internet. You know what the net? The net is the snare.
Thou latest affliction.
That's how he proved us. He put us in the net. You know the net? He put us amongst the heathen. And see, if you're gonna get tracked off in the heathen sin.
Come on, Charles.
See, if you're gonna follow them tonight, tomorrow, yeah, it happens that quick. A lot of stuff that come out your mouth, you will be challenged immediately. And most of us fail. You forgot what you said out your mouth. You forgot the challenge you made. You forgot the declaration. You being tested on that. You ain't even see it. He said, thou broughtest us into the net. Thou layest affliction upon our loins. You know what your loins are, right? This area here, from your navel to the top of your kneecaps. That whole area is a man's loins. Okay? He said, thou layest affliction upon our loins. You know what that is? You know what affliction on your loins is?
What's that?
Venereal diseases.
Yeah.
From crabs to BD.
Yeah.
And you got some that get worse. Some that never leave. Some that go and come back. Okay? Okay? He said, yo, I'm going to put all of that on it. Okay? He said, thou hast caused men to ride over our heads. Okay? You caused men to beat us up. You delivered us in their hands. Okay? We were weak. They were strong this time. He said, we went through the fire. When some go through the fire, it's to be purified and tested. You get tried. You're getting tried. I want to see how much copper is this gold. Can this gold hold? If I can't shape the gold, it got too much other metals in it. It's not thorough. Okay? He said, and through water. He said, he has caused men to ride over our heads. We went through fire and through water. Okay? Okay? That's Sinai.
Right.
We was there with that fire.
Right.
We got burnt up. When we acted up, we got burnt with God's fire. Yeah. We went through the fire. Okay? And through the water.
That's right.
We went right through the middle of the Red Sea. Okay? Facts. So God used fire and water to test us.
That's right.
Ain't that son? His elements, his creation. The thing that you go in there and pour in a cup and drink. He used that to prove who you are. That's right. Ain't that something? He said, but thou broughtest us out into a wealthy place. In other words, we was in the wilderness, and that's where we got tested. Water, this, food, right. And then at the end of the test, he brought us to a wealthy place, which is Israel. He said, I will go into thy house with burnt offerings. He said, I'm going to go to your house with burnt offerings. God's house. I'm going to bring the burnt offerings to you. I'm not going to bring the burnt offerings around the corner.
I will pay thee my vows.
I'm going to pay my vows. Everything that came out of my mouth, I'm keeping that, man.
Keep that.
So sometimes I just keep my mouth shut.
That's right.
Because I don't care, good or bad, you bind yourself to it, you got to do it. Example, the man said, God, you want me to go to war with these people? He said, I'll make a deal with you. You deliver these people into my hand. I will sacrifice,
The first thing.
personally sacrifice the first thing that comes out of my door, the doors of his house.
That's
The
right.
first thing that came out of his door was his
He
daughter.
didn't know.
He didn't know it was going to be
He didn't
her
know.
because they got sheep and lambs all around. When you got a farm and you got in the country, they run all over the place. The animals all over. And a lot of times, the little sheep get attached to you.
That's right.
You see, the man said he had a little lamb and he treated it like a daughter. Do you know that's a true saying?
Yeah.
Sheep, lambs, goats, they act like dogs. The little baby ones act like little puppies. They will follow you all over the place. So when he came back from the war campaign, because war campaigns are out there for years and months, when he came back, the animal recognized him and started running to him.
Yeah.
But this time it wasn't no animal. It was his daughter. She was happy to see her father.
Yeah.
And she came out rejoicing, and he wasn't happy. He said, oh,
He said,
man, daughter,
man.
you have bought my head wrong.
Relax.
She said, what happened?
You don't know what you just
He
did.
said, man, he told her the robe that he made. And she said, well, Father, you got to keep it.
She said, you got to keep it
He
with
said,
us.
just give me a month to go and bewail my virginity. She was a virgin with her friends.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
You know
right.
what she went up there to do? Pray.
That's right. That's
Pray.
Not lose her virginity.
Not go, well, let me lose it now. She went to pray. She died a virgin.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Thank you for making it clear.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Okay? She went there to pray,
That's right.
to make vows with God.
That's right.
And after that, she came and, he sacrificed her.
That's right.
Now, a lot of people they say they don't believe that.
Because God
Tonight, look, I have the answer for that. For you, whoever got something to say they don't believe it, I got a personal, real graphic answer for you, but I can't say it today. I'm going to do it tonight.
They can find an answer today.
No. What I want to say, I can't say today because you are denying what God said in this book. No, the king said, I don't want to hear it. Thou shalt not steal is thou shalt not steal. Has it changed? No matter how many times it's been changed over and translated, did thou shalt not steal change? No.
Monkey bald headed. That's why he don't believe.
That's why you see it
That's why
different.
you see it different.
These things, this corrupt your spirit
Blood here.
and the understanding and perception of what is right
It's gonna be whack.
gets confused.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Which my lips have uttered, and my mouth has spoken when I was in trouble.
He said, look, I will pay my vows that I set out my own mouth when I was in trouble. Because you were in trouble, you promised, look, you promised to God, you promised to everybody. You promised to everybody. You go in. Yo, son, look, I ain't gonna do that no more. Please, hold me down. Yeah. We know the one who can save us. But you gotta keep your word now. He said, which my lips have uttered and my mouth has spoken when I was in trouble.
That's a fact.
Okay?
So when you get in trouble,
Anytime you get in trouble,
make vows.
you're going to have to make a new vow. No, you got 3-4 vows. You want it. It's working. You got to make another one now. You got to renew it. You got to upgrade it. You got to put more because of this. Yeah. When I was in trouble. He said, I will offer unto thee,
I will offer unto thee burnt offerings of fatlings with the incense of rams. I will offer bullocks with goats.
Oh, okay.
Come.
Wait. Rams, goats, bullocks, sheep, chicken. No chicken. Because some of the sacrifices the priests eat. That's how him and his family eat. They get a certain portion, you know what I'm saying? God told us, look, there are animals, there are beasts on this planet, like buffalo, that you cut and split. Yo, man, tell you be quiet back there, man.
Yo.
Hey, what about it? Okay. Count sheet.
Which
16.
come in here, all ye that fear God.
That's it. Stop. Stop. All you that fear God, that's who's going to come in here. All that wants to fear, that has determination to fear God, that's who's going to understand, Chief Abraham. That's who's going to say, oh, now I get it. Okay? So that's, you got to fear God. Fear. Start building that up. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
I